Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the City Council chamber for tonight's special City Council meeting. This meeting is called to order. Prior to taking the roll call, let me direct your attention to the screen here in the room and at Public Works. We have 4 of our council members participating remotely, which is permitted, and we welcome them. When they are asked to vote or comment on anything, they will state their name and make their comments and/or vote accordingly. I would like to begin the Pledge of Allegiance, please, as we do at all council meetings. I'd like to ask Alderman Mike Clemens to lead us in the pledge.
One nation.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at new business and public comment. Oh, forgive me, I'm sorry. Roll call, please. Excuse me.
Bruno,
Here.
Burkhart,
Burkhart here.
Clements,
Here.
Ruby,
Ruby here.
Taven,
Here.
Kilberg,
Kilberg here.
Maladra,
Here.
Marks,
Here.
McGowan,
I got one here.
Swanson.
Here.
Everybody's here.
For those of you joining us this evening, here's how the process is going to work. All of you who are here and wish to make a comment are obviously welcome to do so. There is no time limit. Once everyone here in this room has made a comment, we will then head over to our friends at Public Works. If there's anyone there who wishes to make a comment, they're welcome to do so as well. They'll be televised into this meeting to do so. In the event of an emergency, our exit doors are to your right, and for those of you on the north side of the room, they're also behind you. And of course, the dual gender restrooms are right there. So, with that, new business, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize Alderman Clemens.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we have a long evening ahead of us, so I will be brief. I'd like to announce that this evening will be my last meeting serving on this city council. This is not a decision that I have come to lightly. However, it has become abundantly clear to me that I have come to a point where I must choose between my family or continuing to serve on this council. Furthermore, I have found that it has become increasingly difficult to remain objective in the current political environment in which we find ourselves. Such objectivity will be essential in the ensuing months and years. I would like to thank the mayor for my original appointment and the many life lessons that I have since learned. I would also like to thank my colleague in the Second Ward for so willingly work with a relative newcomer. The ward will be in good hands, and filling the vacancy in a community with so many talented people eager to serve should be swift. Lastly, I would like to thank my wife, who has endured many long, stressful, and difficult days and nights going on this journey with me, as well as my son, who has given up many long nights he would have liked to have shared with his father. Serving with all of you has been a great privilege, and I will always value the relationships and friendships I have made amongst you. Thank you.
Any other new business from any member of the City Council, either present or on joining us remotely? Hearing none?
Mayor, when's that the resignation effective? Did I miss something there?
Alderman Kilberg, the resignation is effective at the conclusion of this meeting. Alderman Clemens tendered his written letter of resignation this evening at 6:30 p.m. It was notarized as is required to do so by law, and it has been formally accepted by me. So when the gavel drops at the conclusion of this meeting tonight, and this meeting is adjourned, Alderman Clemens will have vacated his seat. For those of you tuning in or watching, Mr. Clemens has 28 months remaining in his term. More than. There will be an appointment made to fill that position. Whoever is appointed to fill that position, of course, will have to stand for re-election if he or she chooses to do so when the next election cycle is upon us. Okay? Everyone at Public Works and everyone present, everyone on the council, all of you I trust have read through the agenda packet. There's no sense, despite my email earlier, that I would read through the timeline, and I would read through some of the other materials. I trust that everyone has read those and is prepared. If there's no other new business from the dais, from anyone remotely, we will jump into the public comment phase of the meeting. I do need to remind everyone who is speaking tonight, whether you are opposed to or in favor of the matter being considered tonight, which is, of course, a resolution to enter into a land transaction with the Burton Foundation, that we ask kindly yet respectfully, and perhaps even necessarily forcefully, if it comes to that, that your comments be germane to the issue. With that, let's begin at the north side of the room. If there's anyone who wishes to offer public comment, you're more than welcome to do so. I simply ask that you state your name at the podium. I invite you to speak slowly because of our face coverings, and spell your last name for the benefit of the recording secretary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Robert Coleman, Coleman.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I understand there is going to be a vote on this matter at hand. Someone has told me that these votes had to be 100% approved by everyone sitting at this table, but that's been changed to 75% now. Is that true?
I will answer all your questions at the conclusion of your statement if you'd like.
I have one other question with that. That is my primary question,
Okay.
but now, if I'm correct, we have 2 aldermen in Sterling Manor, and there's 8 in the city, correct?
Yes, sir. There's 10 in the city.
Okay. So I'm going to be at 80%, so we would still be able to say no to this if everyone votes no, or 8 out of the 10, correct?
Incorrect, sir. The matter of fact is as follows. In order to consider affirmatively the resolution before us, 2/3 of the corporate authority, which includes the 10 city council members and myself, 2/3, which is 8, have to vote in the affirmative. There was never, ever a 100% vote majority, ever.
Thank you. Then I've been misinformed.
Quite all right. You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Whoever would like to go next, welcome. Good evening, folks.
Hi there.
Hi. I'm Susan Harker, last name Harker.
I'm George Harker.
Good evening.
We're residents of Sterling Manor. We live at 2756 Peterson Court. You go ahead.
Yeah,
Start.
I kind of came here today thinking, I had it in my head, I was going to ask for answers to some questions. And then I sit back and I think, and I hate that I'm even thinking this way, but I sit back and think to the very first Plan Commission meeting I went to, and there were questions and questions and questions. None got answered. We're sending emails, making phone calls, and several of you have responded to emails and phone calls, and I appreciate that. But others have been silent. I know one of the biggest concerns about the site is the flooding, the lack of drainage. I sent pictures after it rained of the flooded sidewalk and street. No response. All it gets me thinking is that, and I'm sorry if I'm getting a little wound up, but it makes me feel like we're not being heard. And if you look at the signs that we've been posting, look at the very first word, which just says communicate. I think most people who have, tried to negotiate agreements find that if you involve everyone at the onset and get everyone's opinion and make them feel like they have an interest and a say in that project, you'll have a whole lot less resistance than taking something that, at least me personally, I feel like the decision's been made. And I sit back and think, why should I ask any more questions? Why, what are we getting at with this meeting? So I just wanted to say, I appreciate very much the people who have responded to me and what you've provided. And that I'm disappointed that this process has proceeded in the way it has. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for me.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I came here really to talk about a whole bunch of things. Talk about the effects of what I call social engineering by the government in my life. I've decided not to do that because I feel like this is a done deal. I'm disappointed that anybody on this council would vote for this without listening to the community and getting our input, and it feels like it's done. It's done. I want to thank Alderman Clements for his email exchanges. I want to thank him for his service. I'm disappointed that he's resigning, but I understand. The political environment is unbearable. This is not good for Geneva. This is not what Geneva is. This is not what our community is. And it's what the national politics want us to do. And people that vote for this do not understand what Geneva represents and what it's about. I asked that Alderman Clements and others I've shared emails with share those with everybody on the council. I've told some pretty positive stories about my experience raising our children here, the impacts they've had on the world. They're good people. They're good people because they grew up here. They grew up here in a safe, caring, loving environment. I feel this will change that. So in conclusion, I just want to say, we're suffering through a global pandemic. I believe that this council, at a minimum, should vote to delay this, to abstain from this vote until you talk to the community and decide what's right for this community. This is not right. I also want to thank you all for your service, for the good things that I see going on in Geneva, the Peck Farm, the trail expansions, the trees that have been planted in Sterling Manor Park. I notice all of that. It's all goodness. This is not goodness. And I'm disappointed. And thank you for listening. And thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Can we make it clear exactly what it is we're voting on tonight?
It is. It is a delicate position, ladies and gentlemen, to be in. And the council knows this as well, as they have chaired meetings in the past. It is a difficult position indeed when we try our best to make clear that we're discussing one issue and folks choose to discuss perhaps something that's not yet germane or relevant. It is not my desire to interrupt or gavel anyone to order. I will, however, simply remind everyone in the room tonight, those at Public Works and those who join us throughout the evening, that the only topic on the agenda this evening is the resolution regarding a sale of land. It has absolutely nothing to do with what might come after that. In fact, the majority of concerns that I've received, electronically or otherwise, have to do very much so and are germane to any future discussion should this council advance this proposal. But tonight, it's simply about the resolution that's in the packet, and that is whether or not the city of Geneva should enter into a sales agreement with the Burton Foundation to the price of $576,000 so that they may, if they so choose, pursue a development opportunity on that site. And keep in mind two things, ladies and gentlemen. The first step is tonight. The second step, for all practical purposes, is to receive financing and support from the Illinois Housing Development Authority and the state of Illinois. The third step, if that is successful, is then for the Burton Foundation to submit full plans to city staff for review and vetting prior to a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission, at which time all issues relative to whether it be traffic, whether it be water, stormwater management, whether it be, you name it, are all germane for that particular body. It should also be noted, the reason why we are legally bound not to discuss those topics is because we would leapfrog the regulatory authority and responsibility of the Planning and Zoning Commission. And we would be in violation, as many of you know by me writing to you, of that due process. So respectfully, that's, I think, sums it up fairly well. Are you comfortable with that, Alderman Bruno?
The point I think you made obliquely was that there is a completely separate public process to vet. We don't know what will be coming before this body. We are simply asking ourselves, are we willing to incentivize affordable housing generally through the use of land sales and donations?
Pretty much.
Thank you.
Madam, welcome.
Yes, thank you. My name's Carmen Santiago Keenan. I am a resident of Geneva.
Could I trouble you to spell the last name, just so we don't mess that up?
Sure. So it's Santiago, Santiago -Keenon. First name Carmen.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to say thank you for this meeting. Also, thank you for starting us off with giving homage to our country, which I'd like to point out that also states one nation under God. And under that, I'd like to start this off with a prayer because I do believe that right now.
Madam, there will be no prayers at this
Okay,
meeting.
that's
but
fine.
Thank you very much.
Well, what I did want to say then is that I stand here before you. I was going to go in and read the parable of Luke 10.
That has absolutely nothing to do.
But that's okay,
I'm sure
and I'm not
Luke's a
going to,
good
it's
guy, but
okay,
nothing to do
because
with
it
the
speaks
sale of.
about the Good Samaritan and community. But beyond that, I stand here not only as a minority who has raised children in this community, but also as someone that came from the inner city, moved into a foster home in Wheaton, Illinois. And I want you to understand that I am a product, a direct product of that change. I want you to understand what that did for me and my family and my life when my foster parents took me in. And I want you to understand the vast difference that I understood at a very young age, that I didn't have the same resources available to me because I came from the inner city. But what I'm thankful for is that although Wheaton, Illinois is what it is, very much like Geneva, it never made me feel not inclusive. It was a place where I was allowed to grow, not only in faith and understand what that was and what God and Jesus' love was, but it also allowed me to understand that there was hope, that there were people that understood that I came from a place that didn't have hope, and that they were willing and wanting to show what that looked like for me. And because of that, that planted a seed in my soul that has allowed me to not only share that with my family, but to create a company like Diversify Solutions, which this is what we do. We lean in on diverse and adversity. And when I read that this was happening, and more importantly, when I read what the residents of Great Geneva had to say, it hurt my heart to the core to hear these things. There are enough data and stats to show why diversity is important to community. I stand here to tell you that the only way to get children out of intergenerational trauma loop is through diverse incomes and better school districts. The fact that housing price dictates school funding is the root of much intergenerational trauma, and many school systems are still very segregated because of this. Tying home prices to school funding is, I hate to say it, at the core, a lot like white supremacy. Is this really what we want to teach our children moving forward? What does diversity do for community? Cultural diversity helps us recognize and respect ways of being that are not necessarily our own, so that as we interact with others, we can build bridges to trust, respect, and understanding across cultures. Furthermore, Diversity makes this world a much brighter and better place to be. And I hear you and I appreciate where you're coming from. I do. I do.
Folks, we're not going to have an
I do.
engagement, but
No,
we're
I
not
do.
going to have a discussion amongst those speaking, nor amongst those watching.
All right.
And I would encourage everyone, irrespective of the position,
Mm-hmm.
let's at the very least show each other the respect to wrap up their statements. I would kindly ask
Absolutely.
you to
Yes.
approach the end soon, but let's not anyone talk to anyone else. Let's say our piece and let's leave as neighbors.
I was just trying to say and bridge that gap, but I
just
understand.
direct your
Yes.
comments to me, and I
Absolutely.
think all will be well. So,
Absolutely.
thank you.
To end, God sees color, He created it. And under the flag that you had me stand up and hold my chest to in honor, it states, one country under God. I am very proud to be in Geneva, but I will absolutely, and I know it doesn't matter, but I will absolutely relocate my family because my children are diverse. I have 2 Korean, Puerto Rican children. I myself am Puerto Rican Italian, adopted into an Irish family. My children came home crying because they have been bullied because they are Asian. My children have come home upset, not understanding what is happening. And I kept them here because of the same reasons people have raised their families in this community. We all deserve to grow. And the only way we're going to change things moving forward is to be intentional and purposeful and understand that everybody deserves hope and opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. God bless.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Amy Mayer, 2026 Wellington Court in Geneva.
And, did I catch your name, madam, or did I not?
Amy Mayer.
Hi, Amy, how are you?
This is really hard.
I know,
I
forgive
know
me,
you
I know
guys
it's,
know. It's impossible.
we're all doing our share, right?
So I have a whole script here, and I'm going to try to stay on it and not diverge and
I'll
go
help
off
you
topic.
stay on it, how's that?
All right, thank you. You guys are doing a great job. My father was an alderman. I know how hard it is. Thank you. This is a very hard time for our community. I think that it's important what you're doing. I disagree strongly that answers are not being provided. I have been given answers to all of the questions that I've asked, and I continue to get answers to questions if I come upon them. And I welcome people to talk to me too if they'd like to get some answers to their questions. I have reviewed the plans. I went to see the Burton projects in Elgin. I toured them. I found them to be very acceptable. I'm an architect. I work on affordable housing. I've built about 400 units of affordable housing in Chicago in less ideal conditions than we have here in Geneva. Geneva is a place that I grew up, that I've lived for 30 years, that I love. I grew up on the east side of Geneva. My family knows Cookie over here. She was the secretary at my elementary school. Wonderful person. Everybody that I know in Geneva are wonderful people. I think the Sterling Manor people are probably wonderful people. And we all need to sit down and noodle through this and get through it. This is the land sale for an affordable housing deal that's for 60% AMI, which means the median income in this area is $97,000. And 60% of that is about $60,000, right? So to qualify to get one of these places, you... Okay, I would appreciate it.
Your comments regarding the land sale are totally
On point?
Your comments regarding the land sale are totally on topic. We're not here to discuss the AMI or any other issues relevant
Okay.
to what might be proposed.
Next meeting.
Exactly. If there's a next
Okay.
meeting, that'll be the
Let's
time.
have a next meeting, because this is a really good thing that we're
Okay.
doing here. We have a strategic plan. We want affordable housing in Geneva. We want it not for everybody in the world to come in and invade Geneva. We want it for people who work here, who have jobs at the hospital, who have jobs at the school, who are teaching assistants or teachers' aides. We want it for people that work in retail. We want it for people that take care of our kids in preschool. That's what we want this for. Everybody else needs to forget about, an invasion by bad people. That's not happening here. This is going to be a good deal for Geneva. And there are going to be people that are going to argue against it to their core. But you guys and women on the screen, need to vote your conscience. And you know that this is going to be good. So I just want to talk about a little deal that my dad approved in the early 80s. We lived on the east side, and my dad was a teacher for 26 years. And he passed away 2 years ago. He was on an alderman for 16 years, I believe. And his last year in office was when Geneva East came up to zoning. And my father was the alderman in the Geneva East area, that ward. And he knew that was going to be a good deal. It was zoned different than any other deal in Geneva at the time. Zoned R4 for the first time. R4 means that you can put 4 lots per acre. Is that right?
Something like that.
Something like that? Greater density than we'd had in Geneva before.
That's correct.
Everybody hated the idea. Nobody wanted it. My dad voted for it, and then he got voted out of office. But he never regretted it. Never once. Geneva East is a part of our community. The kids in Geneva East are part of our school district, and they too are good people because they lived here, because we made them part of our community. So we can do that with anybody that we sell this land to. They're going to become part of our community. So sorry if I'm getting riled up. So in closing, I've gotten the answers to all my questions, and I do this for a living. So I'd be welcome to answer questions for people or get them from Kevin if you don't know what to ask. But I'm a resource if you'd like to use me too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Whoever's next, join us at the podium. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Andrew White, 2527 Walnut Avenue. Need my glasses, I'm getting old.
Sorry I didn't recognize you, Andrew.
I know, that's okay. I understand Alderman Bruno's comments, and I think a lot of some of the frustration started when we had our meeting back in March, that a lot of the people in the Sterling Manor development heard nothing, didn't know anything that was going on about the MS project, but it was already at the planning and zoning stage at that point, of which then at that point we got, within a day, got a bunch of people just come and talk. So I think some of the frustrations is communication, transparency, all that key words when it comes to government. So that's just my personal opinion. I think that's some of the frustrations. Personally, I'm for affordable housing. I was at that zoning meeting, so I don't think that's the right size for that area. We've talked about flooding, traffic, and I know we'll talk about all that. So that's just really the concern, is that project. And it was just concerning that we were already at plan stage at the planning and zoning meeting, so that meant the sale was already approved, or at least in works, for some monetary value. And then once we came about, then it started transitioning out, then it went to donation, now it's back to 80%. So to me, there's just a lot of questions on how this stuff keeps going back and forth. The only reason I'm going to ask for no votes for this, it's not against affordable housing, it's more for transparency, how our government's working, what's the communication, and just make sure we're all on board. I know a lot of people think affordable housing means, brown people, black, all those key words. It doesn't, they can all be white. I mean, it's all just like what was commented before. Young teachers coming in. I couldn't afford Geneva when I first, and Kevin knows, I was born and raised here. My first 8 years, I had to move out before I came back in. Times have changed, and I understand that, but I just want to make sure we have the right fit for that land, for that area, and we're doing the right thing. And I will say, I'm a little disappointed in the city government as we tried to have a meeting earlier when we had a pandemic and we knew that you would not have public support. And luckily, I think we got enough people behind it to delay that meeting back in, I think it was June, and say, fine, we're shutting down until we can come back up. So personally, that was a feeling that we were trying to drive something through without communication to everybody and having transparency. So I think with that was just another step as to, are we trying to push something through that we don't have 100% agreement on? And that's all I'm looking for as a community and as a government. So with that said, I'm just asking for no votes today, just to make sure we can really ponder as a community, as a city, as a group, to say what is needed, what do we want for this land. I know it's land and we need to do something with it, but having 45 units on the train tracks in that area, I just think it's overkill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Should I start? My name is Sarah Holing. The last name is Holing. I really hope that you guys sell this land to the Burton Foundation. I trust your intentions. I value your capabilities. I respect this process as you attempt to create affordable housing. I trust all the experts that will eventually be involved down the line. I cannot pretend to be an expert at any of those things, from fire safety to civil engineering to traffic studies or zoning. It's not hard to imagine the reasonable objections that the residents might have, right? Increased traffic, less green space, possible decrease of home value. There's issues about flooding. I get that, I really, really do. You have every right to make your desires known, and these things should be talked about. We gotta, like somebody said, noodle through this. There's just other sides to this, and I think I just wanted a chance to speak to the human side. To be clear, I really love Geneva. We moved here in 2011. I've loved living a stone's throw from 3rd Street, utilizing the library, the park district, the schools, the playgrounds. I really, really do love this town. A lot of the rhetoric and conversations surrounding this topic come down to an us and them framework. In its most distilled state, this is us not wanting them to move into our town, or at least not into our own backyard. It can be difficult to define these categories, but how about a working definition for tonight is that them is anyone who can't afford to live here right now. And us is us, right? We're the residents of Geneva. I live 1 block from here with my husband and my 2 young boys. For now, I'm an us. If our marriage were to dissolve, if we were to face catastrophic illness, if he lost his job, we would be them. For many complicated reasons, my advanced social work degree would never earn as much as his advanced business degree. Them was me growing up. Maybe it was you too. Them will be my children when they graduate from college or trade school, and they're taking their first steps into the world. Them was my blue-collar parents all of their lives. Them includes more and more of our aging parents as resources remain fixed and prices keep going up. Them is the servers and the bartenders that make 3rd Street hum. It's the barbers and the hairstylists that we've come to recognize are quite essential. Them is the highly trained technicians who come and fix our homes. It's the plumbers, the HVAC experts, the electricians. Them is our heroic nurses and our dynamite teachers. I genuinely want my children to go to school with their children. A lot of the opposition has painted pictures of the effect that they will have on our youth. For one, I would really like my kids to know and understand the varied experiences of others. I think it will serve them well personally, and I think it will serve well for humanity as they grow up. I really want my kids to have friends who don't look like them and don't have the same history as them. Homogeny does a lot of damage, and we are paying a price for protecting it. As a social worker who spent 10 years working in this geographic area, specifically with adolescents, that ran the spectrum from extremely economically secure to homeless, I can tell you with absolute certainty that sexual exploration, experimenting with mood-altering substances, foul language, and risk-taking are all a part of adolescence. If you're telling yourself that we are somehow avoiding this in Geneva, you're not facing reality. The folks who live around the proposed site for Emma's Landing were advocating for their own self-interest. I suppose, in a way, I am too. I'm advocating for recognizing that the us-them rhetoric is unfair, untrue, unkind, and it's not working. Thank you.
Whoever would like to join us next, you're welcome to the podium.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Greg Ostfeld. That's Ostfeld. I'm lucky enough to be a visitor to your community tonight, and I thank everyone for their courtesy in having me here. I represent a group of residents. I'm an attorney, and I represent a group of residents.
Mr. Mayor, I believe residents of Geneva should have an opportunity to speak first, and those from outside the community would certainly have an opportunity to speak after residents.
Alderman Kilberg states that he believes citizens of Geneva should have an opportunity to speak first, and those not from Geneva speak second. Unfortunately, that's not legal. Therefore, sir, continue.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I would happily cede the podium if you'd like.
That's strictly up to you, sir, but you are more than welcome to speak now. It does not matter, ladies and gentlemen, whether you're from Geneva, whether you're from wherever. If you are joining us tonight and you wish to speak, you have a right to speak. We do not go in any particular order, whether it be by proximity, whether it be by age, whether it be by gender, whether it be by, you name it.
All right.
So, sir, the floor
Thank
is
you,
yours.
Mr. Mayor. And I am here tonight speaking on behalf of residents of Geneva, though I am not myself a member of this community.
Understood. Thank you.
I represent a group of residents who are concerned about the matter that is germane to this meeting tonight, the sale process for the sale of this parcel of property. And to be clear, their concerns have nothing to do with this being an affordable housing project, or perhaps eventually destined to become an affordable housing project. Not one of my clients opposes affordable housing in the city of Geneva. Not one of them opposes the use of this parcel of property as affordable housing. But they do want this done through an open and transparent process. And with the greatest respect to this body, that is not what they have seen to date. This sale began as a lawful sale under Illinois law, a public sale through a public process to sell surplus real estate. After the proposals were collected, it then became something different. It became a sale for a nominal price, and that was done without explanation. Since then, it became a donation, and it was unclear whether it would be a donation on a 3/4 vote or on a simple majority vote. And now it is back to a sale at exactly 80% of the appraised value of the property, which is the minimum price authorized by state law. And that was done on 1 business day's notice, which respectfully does not conform with the notice requirements of the Illinois Open Meetings Act. All of this has been done essentially behind closed doors. It was done without public notice or discussion. I hope you can all understand as civil servants why this would cause some of your constituents concern. The residents of Geneva deserve to know that public resources are being used for the public good and not personal gain. And in saying that, I am not making any accusations.
Let me ask you again, Counselor. Are you asserting, or do you believe that there is personal gain from any member of this council, whether they be present tonight or via remotely?
I am making no accusations
Then why
of
would
that
you
sort.
say
I
it,
am
sir?
casting
Why
no
would you say it,
aspersions.
sir?
I am saying that openness has been absent from this process.
But why would you use those words to assert that there might be, but you don't believe there is, personal gain?
I am saying that there has not been openness, sir. And when there is not openness, personal gain can be
You
concealed.
read the paragraph you just read.
I don't have a paragraph, sir. I have notes. What I said, and immediately followed by the words, I am not making accusations and I am not casting aspersions, is the residents of the city of Geneva deserve to know that public resources are being used for public good and not personal gain.
Okay, so your clients then, I assume that somebody up here or somebody on the TV are benefiting personally from what might be considered this evening. Is that a fair statement?
No, Mr. Mayor. My clients do not know why this process has been cloaked in secrecy.
That's interesting.
They do not know why the transaction has changed and changed again and changed
Did you
again.
read, sir, the agenda packet that gave the timeline?
I did read the
read
agenda
it
packet,
thoroughly
sir,
and
and I am
completely?
familiar with the timeline.
Are you?
I am, sir.
Should I direct you to certain pages that would dismiss and dispel your...
I do not have the agenda packet in front of me, sir, but I can certainly confirm for you, sir, that I can bring to your mind the letters that my law firm has written to draw to the city's attention.
We've got them all.
that it was carrying out this transaction in an unlawful way.
So now we're doing it illegally?
You are certainly not doing it within the notice requirements of the Open Meetings Act, but now, Your Honor, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
an 80% sale price conforms with the minimum requirement
That's correct.
of Illinois law,
That's correct.
with a 2/3 vote of the city council.
That's correct.
Now, what we don't understand is why we are learning details only through the FOIA request that should be publicly disclosed. We don't understand why we were given a contract on one business day's notice in which there is a cap on the fees that the city is going to charge to the Burton Foundation, when, as Your Honor has indicated, as Mr. Mayor, as you have indicated.
Kevin sounds good, man. It's like,
I
make it
can
easy
go
for
with
me.
Your Honor. Do you like being Your Honor?
No.
As Mr. Mayor, as you've
Only my
indicated.
mother calls me that, so it's like,
That the transaction, the sales transaction, $150,000 fee when there is not yet a proposal in front of the city. Why are the fees being capped at $150,000 in the sale contract when there is not yet a proposal? Why are there being discussions about the fire code when there is not yet a proposal in front of the city? Any new residents, any new neighbors who come into the city of Geneva deserve to be as safe as every other resident in the city of Geneva. They deserve not to have exceptions to the fire code. And respectfully, Mr. Mayor, residents should not need to have to hire an attorney to learn these types of details. We have a very simple request.
okay.
Table this matter. Provide full disclosures of communications between the purchaser and the city, just as you've disclosed the communications from city residents who had concerns about this project. Provide the same level of transparency as to the communications with the purchaser as there have been communications from the city. Disclose any promises or commitments that have been made to the purchaser, like this $150,000 fee cap in connection with any eventual project. This vote could go forward just as easily 2 weeks from now as now, with adequate notice and with transparency, with a full disclosure of the details of this transaction that have not yet been disclosed. Other concerns that the residents may have about the design of the project will, as you noted, be addressed at the appropriate time. And it's my understanding that there will be multiple more hearings before that happens, beginning with the Building and Zoning Commission and then before this body. Our ask today is very straightforward. We're not asking you to stop affordable housing in Geneva. We're not asking you to reject this purchaser. What we're asking is sunlight, full disclosure, openness, and transparency so that the residents of Geneva can know that they're getting a good proposal. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. One moment, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I made some notes here. I think it's important to correct the record, as the gentleman unfortunately, but perhaps deliberately, misstated. And with all due respect to the attorney, notification for a public meeting, ladies and gentlemen, is 48 hours, period. Not 48 hours of weekdays, not 48 hours of certain days and other days, it's 48 hours. As you will note, the final packet for this meeting went out on Friday, July the 10th. That is more than 48-hour notice. On July 8th, ladies and gentlemen, and this is from, as the attorney acknowledged that he is well aware of, read, and totally understands, I contacted council members individually on July 8th by phone regarding an updated opinion to take a conservative approach to require a 3/4 majority vote, as there was no case law one way or another in the state of Illinois. I indicated to all that the city attorney would update the Burton Foundation's attorney as to the change in vote requirement for the donation. On July the 9th, myself, City Attorney Sandak, City Administrator Dawkins, and Director of Community Planning, David DeGroot, participated in a one-on-one phone conversation with each of the city council members. I spoke with Alderman Swanson later that evening as he was not available during the day. We spoke regarding an updated offer from the Burton Foundation after being advised of the voting requirement for the donation. The Burton Foundation was now offering 80% of the appraised value, or $576,000. Here's the reality, Mr. Attorney and ladies and gentlemen. Our communication has been through our city attorney, Mr. Sandak, and the attorney representing the Burton Foundation, Mr. Quigley. At no time did any council members, myself, or staff communicate with the Burton Foundation as to what the landscape looked like, what the prospects were of either passage or failure. Mr. Sandak, on the other hand, did advise the Burton Foundation that because we took the Illinois Housing Development Authority's recommendation seriously, and that a vote to donate land would require 3/4, they had options available to them. A, withdraw the petition. B, call for the vote. C, buy the land. They chose the latter. That discussion and that negotiation, which the attorney will recognize, all negotiations take place between attorneys and the respective bodies. I challenge anyone here to show me a negotiation that takes place in public. That negotiation point was included in the draft document you have before you tonight. That information was then shared with the council, again, what I like to call Noah's Ark, 2x2 or one-on-one, depending on how I can get a hold of them. That is the reality of the situation. I will ask each and every council member present, and I will ask each and every council member joining us remotely, do you have a conflict of interest on this matter? Do you stand to gain financially or otherwise? And if you do, I ask that you recuse yourself. Very well. Podium's free, folks. Welcome.
Good evening. My name's Alexia Ellett, E-L-L-E-T-T. My husband David is on the Strategic Planning Committee. We have 3 girls, and we live on Williamsburg Avenue in Ward 4. The comments that I've prepared this evening, I feel directly address the question for us this evening, and they're less than 3 minutes. For the past few weeks, I've thought a lot about the words and phrases that I hope will move each of you to vote in favor of Emma's Landing. The words to hold you to the promises made for years now to bring affordable housing to Geneva, to the co-authored strategic plan that City Council voted to put in place, along with the creation of a diversity task force, and to the unanimous council vote that took place in January. What is the story that I can share to help some of you who may have succumbed to community pressures, both subtle and overt, to keep your promise of affordable housing? Then I realized while standing with my family in the beautiful new foyer of our city library and reading about its history dating back to the late 1800s, that it's not a story that I hope will move you, it's a question. What do you stand for? The decision is either to stand by your words and previous vote to deliver affordable housing to Geneva, or to now stand against them. Whichever side, there is a lot of community talk about traffic that is difficult to predict, about property values decreasing, in which there is no research to substantiate, rather only research that debunks that myth, about the intrusive railroad tracks, which we find located in the backyards of various luxury homes across Geneva, about a floodplain that does not exist on this property, and most importantly and disturbingly, the community talk that is racist, classist, and dehumanizing. Because of this, all of us must keep in mind that facts, not fear, must prevail. Rather, as a community, let's talk more about fulfilling promises. Let's talk more about making Geneva stronger and more inclusive. Let's talk more about words being put into action. And let's talk more about standing up for injustice and how we, individually and collectively, can strive to be anti-racist in both our words and actions. Because all of us, along with every community member in Geneva and in our world, knows what is at the heart of this. It isn't a vote about Emma's Landing. It's about what we as a society, as a community, believe. Thank you for making the community letters public, which is your right to do. Thank you for unveiling both the love and hate in our community. Let's hope this story ends with love trumping hate. That's the narrative that you now have the power to be a part of and to which you can help us, Geneva, be a part of as well. That's the story that needs to live on a library or city wall and needs to live in the hearts and minds of all who live here now and will for generations to come. Thank you for your time, consideration, and commitment to make Geneva better for all of us. I greatly appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. The podium's open, folks. Whoever would like to speak next, we welcome you. Right, after we get through round, yeah. And just as a reminder to our friends at Public Works, as soon as we hear from our friends here, we will transport magically over to Public Works to see if anyone wishes to address us from that location. Welcome.
Hi. Just before I start, I'm going to be quick. If I say the word you, I'm not addressing anyone in particular. It's just a general you to everyone here and the residents of Geneva.
And your name, Miss?
My name's Holly Heimlich. It's Heimlich, and I want to thank you all for allowing our voices to be heard tonight. I'm going to go as fast as I can, and fingers crossed you all don't have to sit here till midnight. My husband and I moved to Geneva almost 8 years ago. We have 4 children, with 2 of them attending Geneva schools in the fall. We moved to Geneva for many of the same reasons you all live here. It's family-oriented, it has a beautiful downtown area, fabulous schools, and a top-notch park district. When I first heard about Emma's Landing, my husband and I were 100% supportive, and we steadfastly believe to this day that Geneva needs this initiative to happen. There are so many people who need affordable housing, including students, veterans, elderly people, disabled people living on a fixed income, single parents, individuals and families who have fallen on hard times or lost their jobs to COVID-19. I understand there are traffic concerns and concerns about fire codes and green space. Those are valid concerns, and I trust that they will be worked out accordingly. In the interest of saving time, I will only touch upon what brought me here tonight. I saw some of the horrible, elitist, and racist things people said at the planning committee in March, and on Friday night, I read 125 pages of emails sent to Mayor Burns and City Council. One woman, and I quote, said, "The park district will have to give grants to these kids. My children will have to mix and mingle with them. That creates problems because with my poverty teaching experiences, these children often do not come in with the same type of manners and values. They will expose current Geneva children to inappropriate streetwise behavior such as foul mouths, graffiti, fighting, disrespect to adults, and sexual content. Another individual wrote, "What is your plan for enforcing the laws in an affluent white majority community when minorities move in and cause fractured feelings between race and culture?" To those of you who wrote Mayor Burns and our City Council with letters of support, and to those of you who raised valid concerns without being classist and racist, I am grateful for you. That's the Geneva I know and love. To those who agree with the aforementioned quotes, I'm sure that to you, equality feels like oppression. I urge you to research what racist policies such as redlining and gerrymandering have done to Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and how we all currently benefit from these policies and from white supremacy in our country and in our communities. People tend to think that racism is a problem of the heart, and it is, but it's also systemic and built into the fabric of our society. It's a system of keeping people out, and when I hear what some Geneva citizens had to say about affordable housing, I feel like some residents have learned nothing from the recent events in our country. You still aren't listening to the voices of people who don't look like you and who aren't in the same income bracket as you. Racism in our town certainly isn't limited to a couple of emails either. I see it on our community Facebook pages. I see it when people choose to defend the writers of these racist emails instead of the right to live in affordable housing, or any housing for that matter. The thing is, I would love for Geneva to be a leader in racial and economic equality. With diversity comes cultural perspectives that drive business, creativity, innovation, and knowledge. By building a better community for all, where people from all backgrounds can have an opportunity to succeed, we all benefit. It's going to take a lot more than affordable housing to make our community welcome to everyone, but it's a start. We can remove some of the racial and economic barriers by voting for this project to happen. I'm asking you to vote yes to the sale of the land to the Burton Foundation and to make sure Geneva is on the right side of history. I know we can do this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Alderman Kilburg?
I'd like legal counsel's opinion on the direction of the commentary and whether some of these things are germane. I respect their opinions, but are these comments really germane to what we have before us this evening? Legal counsel?
Alderman Kilburg, only I can recognize the legal counsel, but if you're trying to usurp my authority, feel free.
No, excuse
Mr.
me.
Sandek,
Okay,
go ahead and
Mayor,
respond. Mr. Kilburg, the challenge here, as I explained openly, I think is, I don't think anyone here wants me to say or gavel you out of order. But I understand you have prepared remarks, and I welcome those remarks. And I know that sometimes we vary from the subject at hand, but we have to allow that to some extent. Otherwise, all the testimony is going to be tonight is vote yes on the sale, vote no on the sale. If the council
Mayor?
wishes me to do that, I'll do that. Mr. Sanders?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
One additional question. Are we going to have the same liberty when we're having the opportunity to question?
And I will have the same opportunity to rein anyone in as I see fit, as long as the council supports it. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd be interested in legal counsel's advice as it relates to this.
Mr. Sandek?
With the exception of counsel, I think every person that spoke has provided commentary that probably extended beyond the four corners of what's being voted, but it's within the mayor's purview, and I think he stated he wasn't going to gavel anyone out unless they got sideways, and so I would respectfully suggest, Alderman, this is in the mayor's germane discretion as to whether he thinks someone should continue to speak, and he can ask someone to conclude or stay on topic as he sees fit, and certainly the council, if they want to vote on his decision, can then to do that, but I don't think that's typically what we do here in Geneva.
I think Ms. Mary would acknowledge that I recommended
Duly
gently.
noted.
Okay. Now, if the council members, and I will put this to a vote, if the council members wish that moving forward, anyone who wishes to speak with us or make a statement can only say, I am here to say, vote no on the land transaction or vote yes on the land transaction, I will follow your lead. Is there such a recommendation? Hearing none, seeing none, we'll move on. Okay, who's next? Welcome. If there is, right.
Are they rotating in?
So people can come in?
No, we're going to kind of, because we're not going to allow other people in while others are present. We want everyone to leave at one time. Okay. So, but thanks for sticking around. If no one else wishes to speak, we're going to turn it over to Public Works. Anyone at Public Works? Are we okay over there? Do we have some folks? And if you folks want to stay here, you can stay here. Okay?
I think there's people on the steps. And
Yes, we're going to clear the room. We're going to first talk to Public Works.
Oh, good.
And this young lady would like to speak first. All
Hi.
yours.
My name is Denise Pallavagella, Pallavajjala.
Just like it sounds, right?
Yes, and I did not prepare anything, so I'm just sort of going off the cuff here. But
Welcome.
to be more to the point, as some had requested, I am here to support the vote for this sale. I think about it from what is the opportunity that it creates, what is the hope that we have for our children, for our future, that we can keep people in the community. I was born and raised in Geneva. I've spent 30 of my 40 years here. I left briefly, but I went to Harrison Street School, Western Avenue Elementary School, Coltrap, then GHS. And I remark from having grown up here that there was absolutely not diversity, whether it was racial, socioeconomic, not a lot in terms of family structure. And I think it's because of the cost of living here that Geneva is not financially inclusive to others. And so when we think about the sale of this property, it's one of those first steps to making it a more inclusive place for people to live. You know, my children are biracial. They're singled out. They're called names. They are noted for their skin tones. And I think of how great it would be to have it where children from different backgrounds would be able to be in schools with them. Children of, you know, whether it's single families, disabled families. I mean, there are so many reasons that people may need affordable housing. We could have families in Geneva where possibly somebody is wanting to get out of domestic violence, but they don't know how they're going to afford to stay here. And knowing that there's affordable housing could be that only answer for them. There are so many reasons that it's in our best interest to make Geneva inclusive for all. So I'm encouraging you to vote yes, please.
Thank you. Anyone else who has not yet spoken who wish to do so? We are unfortunately not going to allow folks to speak a second time. So if anyone else who has not yet spoken, and then we're going to head to Public Works, our friends at Public Works. Mitch?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Good evening to fellow residents. My name is Mary Scherschel, S-C-H-E-R, S again, C-H-E-L. I'm a resident of Geneva. I have a lot I could say about this, but I understand that we're here to vote tonight, or you're here to vote. We're here to ask you to vote a certain way. I am asking every member of the City Council and you, the Mayor, to please vote no. Do not, in the affirmative, do not pass the sale of this property to Burton Foundation. My reasons, to be very succinct, are number one, all that have been mentioned about the flooding. I know there's traffic, there's a park down the street. I've written to most of you regarding my opposition to this property. I think the best thing I can say is that the property is two things. Number one, it is undesirable. It's an undesirable property and it's unsuitable. It's unsuitable for the intended purpose. And we can go on and on, say how much we love Geneva, we all do. It's a wonderful place, and I don't think anyone would deny that. The racial tones that have been put on this, I feel are very unfortunate. I don't think they have any place in Geneva or anywhere else in America or anywhere else on the world. I am not opposing this due to any kind of bias or prejudice against anybody or any class. I feel, as I said, the property is not right for the intended purpose. I think that I've been on this from the beginning through very close friends in the neighborhood, and I understand I was at that meeting on March 12th. The meeting on March 12th was in front of the zoning committee, so the mayor wasn't there, and either were members of the city council. At that meeting, the Burton Foundation was present, and their civil engineer was present. There are many people who were at that meeting too and can realize what I'm saying was the truth. They were unprepared. They were talking more about the color of the siding and different things. As the mayor was saying tonight, that these things will have come down the road. Well, they've already come. We were at that meeting. We saw the plans, we saw the pictures, we saw the siding and the different styles. We saw the 2-story, the 1-story. We saw everything. We also heard that they didn't know about the setback. At one point, the civil engineer thought that the property, the pond there, was they could make some change to. It was the HOA lady from the townhome that brought to their attention, are you going to buy that from us? Because we own that property, and you can't do anything to it. It was not a well-run meeting. The zoning commission, it was only my opinion, but I felt that the zoning opinion of the zoning board was very favoring the construction project. As the lawyer for the certain residents that Sterling Manor mentioned from downtown, there is a real push rush to judgment on this. They want to push this thing through. We had that one meeting in March, there's been no other meetings, and now we find ourselves on July 13th, masked up. I'm in a room with lovely people, but I'd rather be home by myself and not risking exposure to COVID-19. Why we can't delay this, why we can't give this more thought is beyond me. I don't understand, it's not rational. And that's why I think the attorney mentioned about the Open Meetings Act, not to impugn the integrity of our city council, our mayor, but to say that when things are done like this, that's the first thought you have is, why are they pushing this through? Why are they giving away the land 1 minute and then getting $576,000 the next? What is going on? We feel like we are not being informed. Now, I don't want to waste any more time. I'm just going to say that affordable housing should be a right to people. They should have a right to affordable housing in any town, in any neighborhood, anywhere. But to bring affordable housing to Geneva, you need to include the people. It wouldn't be a bad idea to delay this thing and to set up a community committee with the members of the city council or the zoning board to look at the properties that are available within Geneva, to get some community input into how we're going to run this thing. I'm asking that every member of the city council, and I'm begging the mayor, that you consider where we're at in this and how all the turnaround has come back and forth. We're confused as a people. We want to do the right thing, but we're not sure this is the right thing. And the more you push this on us, the less sure we become. And I'm just asking that we could delay this and I'm begging that no one vote yes on this tonight without further concern. You can see how it's dividing the community. It's not a good thing. And if this gets pushed through because people are wringing their hands and saying about, their stories about how they came up and how they need help, I'm all for that. But I say again, this is an undesirable property and it's unsuitable for the intended purpose. And I'm asking that we don't throw our community to the side and say, okay, we're just going to push this through because we need affordable housing and this is the place we're going to do it. And then the people have to come and live there. They're surrounded by railroad tracks and a manufacturing thing and a pond and people who are not at all sure about the project. There's no way for Geneva to move forward with affordable housing. Affordable housing should be something that we can all get behind and be proud of. Not this. This is not the way. And that's why I'm here tonight, and I don't want to waste any more of your time. But I will say this. I think it is disingenuous of the city council and the mayor to state that this is just a vote for the sale of the land, because that's ridiculous. It's patently ridiculous. The people of Geneva are not that unintelligent. They cannot figure it out that as soon as this sale goes to the Burton Foundation, they're going to build affordable housing the way we saw the plan back in March. And we don't like it then, we don't like it now, but here it is. We're going to have to live with it. And I don't think that's fair, not just for Sterling Manor, but for the people who are moving in here. I don't think they should have to move in by a railroad track, a pond, and a manufacturing thing if they want to live in Geneva. I think that we can do better. And I think we should do better. And that's why finally I'm asking you, please vote no on this resolution. It is a bad resolution. For all the talk about, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, it is a bad proposition. And I'm asking you to realize that and to realize that the community is not behind it and to say no and at least delay it. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Karen Ranowski, 2808 Bruce Court, RUN-OWSKI. Thank you, Mayor and Alderman. I actually would like to echo that statement just to say that you can't talk about a purchase of a sale of a land without a discussion about the impacts to the infrastructure that is the actual land and the community around it to a specific developer for a specific price. So we can't sweep those issues under the rug. Full disclosure, my background is in civil engineering. I've spent 22 years in construction management. I also grew up in a very near city, very diverse community. And in the mid-90s, I actually was a laborer that tested all of the sewers in Geneva while Sterling Manor, my future home, was being built. Unbeknownst to me, 20 years later, I was just 18 years old at the time. So in any case, the fact of the matter is Sterling Manor was built circa 1992 to 1995 under a completely different code for stormwater. I know this. I actually tested and worked on the actual sewers that are here in Geneva. And as of January 1st, 2020, the state of Illinois has adopted new calculations for stormwater because we are a wetter society and a wetter climate because of climate change.
Forgive me, madam, for having to interrupt. Forgive me.
This has been
Madam,
addressed yet.
if I may, forgive me for interrupting, but-
Along the major infrastructure taxation. I can't hear the mayor.
Who's over there? Mitch? I'm going to have to interrupt you just for a moment, madam. The stormwater management issue is a relevant issue with respect to matters before the Planning and Zoning Commission. I would ask that if you want to talk about the actual sale of land, I would encourage you to do so, but all those other issues would be discussed if, in fact, this resolution is passed.
Okay, but I just would say that right now it's a major impact on the land and you're discussing the sale of the land, and I'm asking you to not do until you have additional information about the impact to the existing stormwater system, because you're selling it to a specific developer for a specific purpose. And right now your existing systems aren't necessarily recalculated to see if they actually take that water, because I can tell you it doesn't because it floods.
Well, madam, if I may interrupt again, I'd like you to know and those present to know as well, I serve on the Kane County Stormwater Management Committee. In fact, we have a Zoom call later this week, I believe, or next week.
Okay.
Any new development in the city of Geneva or redevelopment.
Double check on the January 1st, 2020 new code and how that impacts this development, that'd be great. My next thing was with traffic, a traffic study will be required.
Madam, traffic is not relevant tonight. I'm sorry, but traffic is not relevant this evening.
Yeah, it has to do with the load of this proposed sale to this developer for this specific purpose.
Forgive me for being so direct, but it's just not relevant tonight, madam. It's about the sale of land. I can share with you other examples of sales of land that have.
So this land would be sold to a particular developer, the Burton Foundation, for a specific development. And this is exactly what everyone in Geneva is frustrated about, the lack of communication. And you, the mayor of Geneva, are talking over just like a resident, a lady that lives down the street, who actually has a very advanced degree in civil engineering, who worked on your sewer when you were the mayor. So I'm terribly offended. In any case, just some more facts. Right now, because in my own personal life, I'm personally delaying a traffic study for another development, and because it wouldn't be the right thing for that community to do the traffic study during COVID, when none of the children are in school, when no one's on the road or as much as they normally are, because it won't give a true result. So things that don't give true results in a traffic study are obviously when it's a completely different condition, and our entire country is in a completely different
Madam, if I may, just for the last time, please ask, please, we simply.
You can't get good information right now. It goes to the, why are you doing this right now? What's the rush?
Yeah, please.
The other thing I've got to say is,
Let me reiterate what I said earlier, folks. I have absolutely no joy in asking
keep getting muted. Can anybody hear me?
Madam, we have to wrap it up. We have to. We cannot talk about traffic. We cannot talk about stormwater management.
I'm not talking about traffic. If you would unmute me, I actually have a question about the taxes.
That's not relevant today, madam. I'm sorry, but we're going to have to ask you to wrap up your comments.
The Burton Foundation said that they would contribute roughly $117,000 to taxes. The 10 houses on Spruce Court pay almost $107,000.
Madam, I'd be happy to talk to you about all this offline. This is not relevant this evening.
Pay $117,000. Burton Foundation wants to pay $117,000, maybe $170,000 in taxes. So the 10 houses on my street pay roughly that much, and I think there's 5 children. So my concern is who's going to pay for the additional tax burden? the police department? We have an officer here tonight. What about the fire department, paramedics, streets?
I
and
apologize,
sanitary?
ladies and gentlemen.
All of this has to go specifically to the sale. And
No, it doesn't, madam. It does not have to go to the sale.
no one's answering my questions, and the mayor.
Because
can
we're
you
not
talk
allowed to
about
answer your
concerns?
questions, madam, with all due respect. I'm trying my best to be respectful but forceful. Thank you very much. Welcome, sir. Mitch, how are you, man?
So now you can ask for freedom of information after my translation.
I will gladly turn over the gavel to anyone else on the dais if they wish to try to, or remotely.
Casey, I'll try to stick to the point, but please don't mute me.
You got it.
Okay? That was ridiculous. Okay, we're talking about a specific cell.
Sir, I didn't catch your name. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Mike Chenault. The last name is Chenault.
Hi, Mike.
I live on Lewis Road in the area. And I think the city council needs to realize there's not been a single person here that said, I live in the area and want you to vote yes. Not one. I do not understand the rush. You know everybody's upset in the area. There's signs up all over, up and down my street. And it's not because of racism. It's not because we don't believe there should be affordable housing. There are real concerns about real things. Why can we not postpone this until after COVID and have special meetings with the people that live right in the area in Sterling Manor, Brentwood Ponds? It makes no damn sense. Sorry. She was trying to speak directly to valid points that everybody's concerned about, and you're muting her. It's ridiculous.
No, sir.
I'm sorry.
No, sir. For the record, I did not mute anybody. I would not mute anybody. Here's the reality. Every point that she brought up and every point that you are bringing up are germane topics, but just not for this evening.
But it is germane. You're going to you're selling the property to Burton, who wants to make affordable housing in our neighborhood, which could influence the value of our own property. And regardless of what someone else, I actually appraised property for a living when I was young in school. I actually helped an appraiser. And what's around your property does affect the value. And that's not a racist statement. You know, most people are buying their homes, and everybody's buying their home in that neighborhood. And it's part of what they want to retire on. It's part of their net wealth. If you affect it just a little bit for the benefit of the whole community, be more diverse, that's fine. But it does affect the people that live directly there. The traffic will only affect the people up and down Lewis Road. The value will be, the effect on property value will be isolated. And all I'm trying to say is not a single person identified as living directly in the area thinks this is a good idea and said, vote yes. People that live downtown think there should be more diverse are voting yes. People that live all over the area because they want the town to be more diverse, which is a noble thing. And they want to have affordable housing, which is a noble thing, are happy to tell you to vote yes, because it's not affecting their specific property. So I wish you would just table this thing and have a special meeting just with the people that live right in the area, not everybody that's concerned about affordable housing. Not lawyers from another area, representing people that live there, not the Burton Foundation, not people that used to serve on committees, not former members, not people that live downtown. Go directly to the area and meet with those people. They'll be glad to talk to you. Capture their concerns, and if you can overcome their concerns, then go ahead. Why does it have to be done now?
Thank you, sir. Again, anyone else want the gavel to?
Let me back up. So Chris Dixon, Dixon, 510 Windet Lane. I don't live in the neighborhood, and really, I didn't even really know a lot about this issue until My wife alerted me to it. I read through the notes. So I am here, I think, to talk about the issue at hand, about the sale of the land or the giveaway of the land. So I'm urging that we not do that. And this is what it looks like when voters lose trust in elected officials. So there's a contract between voters and elected officials, and the contract is we expect you to have the community's best interest, and we expect you to act in a reasonable fashion. Giving land away doesn't seem reasonable without having the community to give more buy-in. Voting yourself the right to give the land away and then finding out later that you didn't have the right to do that does not sound reasonable. So you've lost the trust of voters. You've lost my trust. And I just learned about this issue over the last week. So I would urge you to vote no, delay this, and try to rebuild that trust. And I guess my question would be, do you feel like you've lost the trust of voters? Because I feel you have lost a lot of trust.
Thank you, sir.
I wasn't actually planning to speak, but I'm Colleen Dixon, D-I-X-O-N. That was my husband who just spoke to you, and I think he kind of was hoping you would answer his question. I am just here, we do not live in this neighborhood, but we are here to support these residents who are just asking you for some time. They are asking you, the elected official, who we would like to trust, but we're having a really hard time trusting right now. They would just like you to give them some time to voice their concerns. Listen to them. Don't rush into this vote tonight. There's no reason to rush into this vote tonight while we're here with our masks on. What's the hurry? Is the land going away? Why is it so important that we vote on this tonight? Let's vote no tonight and give these nice people some respect and some time to voice their opinions to you, our elected officials. We would love to be able to trust you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dixon.
We're all set. We're all set over here in Public Works, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mitch. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much. We're gonna, did we give you the passcode to leave? Yeah, I'm just kidding. Microphones are back on, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the City Council chamber. As I trust you're all aware, tonight we are considering a resolution regarding the sale of land to the Burton Foundation, and we welcome all of you to make comments relative to that issue and that issue alone. Whether or not you experienced some of the earlier commentary, I think the council would also agree that it is not our desire to interrupt anyone, but we will, if necessary, remind folks as gently as possible that the topic at hand is strictly the sale of land. It's not about, at this stage, traffic. It's not about water management. It's not about impact on schools or parks or anything else. It's strictly about the sale of the land. So with that, there's no particular order. So if we just begin at the south side of the room or wherever you'd like, you guys can decide amongst yourselves. We welcome you. We ask you to just share your name and spell your last name so we can capture it properly.
Scott McLeod, 2535 Walnut Avenue.
How you doing,
See
Scott?
Mr. Burns. We've had a couple conversations
Yes, we
here in the
have.
last few weeks. I've heard from a lot of the people. I actually had an MRI, couldn't be here earlier, and I wish I could, and I listened as much as I could, and I understand it's about the sale of the land. Well, I'd like to talk much, much more on the Burton Foundation and the proposal and all of that. Let's talk about the sale of the land.
Okay.
Just 3 days ago, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was going to be donated.
Yes, sir.
What was with the quick change? Whose decision was that? Why did that happen, and why was it so quickly changed? Was it the signs? Was it the Letters from all the residents? What was it that made us change it from a donate to a sale?
That
Not
ultimate,
opposed to one way or the other, I'm just questioning why was the change made?
certainly, that ultimate decision rests with the Burton Foundation. I had
Okay.
explained earlier this evening that the Burton Foundation was contacted by the city's attorney to advise the Burton Foundation through their attorney, Mr. Quigley, that based on the Illinois Housing Development Authority's recommendation, that we would need a 3/4 vote in the affirmative.
I've heard that,
To
yeah.
donate that land. So the Burton Foundation had some options to
They
consider.
knew that it wasn't probably going to look good, so they decided, let's make the offer, it might be easier, I'm assuming. So a few days ago, it changed so quickly. Now, who listed that land for sale? Was it the city? Did we have a realtor? How did that work? I know if I'm listing a house, it's one way. Is it different in,
The city lists that land.
okay, on our own, no agent, no listing, no public other than the site, than the website?
That's correct.
Okay.
Through public bid, sir. Posted appropriately, recognized appropriately through public bid.
Have we had any other bids? Is the Burton Foundation the only one we've heard from?
Scott, let me ask you a quick question. Have you by chance read the timeline that was attached to the agenda? It was,
I came from an MRI, sir. I didn't have any
I'm
time. I
sorry.
wasn't going to
Yeah,
be
forgive
here.
me.
I literally came because I heard enough and I wanted to get my say in,
okay,
but.
sorry about
But
that.
have we heard any other offers? Have we considered others? Because when I sell a house or I buy a house, I don't go with the first offer that I'm given when I sell, and I typically don't close the deal with the first one I go and offer on either. That happened to me when I moved to Geneva. I had to see multiple properties. So
Sure.
kind of with the same thing, the Burton Foundation, that's one option. There's more than one option.
Well, there's a
Habitat for-
time frame required to submit requests, and that
Okay,
time
and it
frame.
happened fast, and the city, or the citizens feel like it was rushed. You've heard that, I told you that, it feels like it was rushed.
No, let me clarify, Scott. The time frame, the rampart of when to submit a proposal or a bid is that time frame I'm talking
And how, when was that time frame, and how long was it?
Golly.
It was posted in November and it closed in
Quick,
December.
so quick, okay, I'd say quick, it's really fast, it's a $700,000 property, let's just go, right? My whole point is, there's other options, I'm sorry, I'm not a politician, I don't understand all the city dealings, I don't really want to. Thank you, Mike, for your time as well, I know the cost of serving, and I do appreciate that. But I will just say, it feels rushed. There are other options. Habitat for Humanity is a great one. I mentioned to you the Neighborhood Foundation down in Aurora, formerly a Manual House. I don't say this as a bystander. I say this as someone that has worked there. I've remodeled those apartments. I've remodeled those homes. You know how great it would be to have a new piece of property to do that with? So I don't come here saying no to affordable housing. I say abstain from voting today, table it for later, set up a community committee of people in the neighborhood and throughout Geneva, so that we can respectfully, thoughtfully hear all the ideas, and then decide, donate, sell, put in 20 units, not 45, put in something different. Get local churches, community backing this, because that's what makes affordable housing successful. So let me be very, very clear. I'm not against the city trying to have affordable housing. I think it's great. Prior to my service with my son's baseball team, I did just that. I served. And it's sad that I haven't been able to the last few years. I had some great times. I met some great people. I learned a heck of a lot of great life lessons. And hopefully when my son's older, we'll get back to that and we will do that again. It'd be great to see it happen in Geneva in the most thoughtful and respectful way which this community deserves. That's all I ask. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Scott. Good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Marissa Jenicus, Jenniches, and I currently reside on Caldwell Lane in the Sterling Manor subdivision. I moved to the area from Seattle, Washington in December of 2019, and although I have not lived in Geneva long, I have lived here long enough to meet some wonderful neighbors and make some really amazing friends in the middle of a pandemic. When I first heard about the development known as Emma's Landing, I'll be the first one to admit that I was absolutely for this project. Over the past 25 years, I've had my fair share of financial difficulty. I've lived in my car. I've lived in many substandard, unsafe one-bedroom apartments where I could barely afford to pay rent. There were many times when I could barely afford food. So yes, I understand the need for affordable housing and fully understand that a safe place to live can help people get back on their feet. However, as I began to educate myself on the Burton Foundation proposal, I realized that although this development would provide a safe place to live and quality schools for the people living there, it by no means will integrate these new residents into our community. The parcel of land that you are voting to sell tonight is completely landlocked, surrounded by a retention pond that constantly floods, Union Pacific Railroad tracks, and a vacant plastics factory. There will be a single entry point with a 1,000-foot road, basically making this development a standalone community with no walkability to an affordable grocery store. There's no public transportation in the area to take those who don't have cars to their jobs. Aside from these new residents potentially working in the community and the children attending Geneva schools, how will they be integrated with their neighbors? If one of the townhomes next to me was turned into an affordable housing unit, I'd be the first one to head over and introduce myself. I do think that the Lewis Road property could be used for affordable housing, but why not make it half the size to address the concerns that the residents have brought to your attention? Why not make the townhomes mixed income units so it's not known as that affordable housing section of Geneva? Affordable housing in Geneva shouldn't be about checking a box to say that you have accomplished the state mandates. It should be about setting individuals up for success through true integration within the community. Tonight, I encourage you to vote no on the sale of the land to the Burton Foundation until we can come together to develop a viable plan to bring successful affordable housing to Geneva that will set our new residents up for success. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay McCall, MCCALL, and I'm located at 2732 Peterson Court in the Sterling Manor subdivision. Exactly 4 months and 1 day ago, I sat at this same room and listened to the Burton Foundation's presentation about the development known as Emma's Landing. It was a lot to digest, as we had only found out about the affordable housing proposal 2 days before the Planning and Zoning meeting that occurred on March 12th. Like every other resident who attended the meeting, a development of this magnitude was a lot to take in. I didn't have time to prepare my thoughts, I had done no research, and I didn't plan on speaking, but when I spoke, it was from the heart. As I stood at this very lectern with my stomach in knots, as it is right now, all I could think about was how my quiet little neighborhood was going to be affected by the addition of 45 townhomes. Selfishly, I could only think of the increase in traffic and safety of my children when they're finally old enough to cross Lewis Road to visit their grandparents. I tried to comprehend how the Burton Foundation would remedy the excess flooding in the area and what they would be doing to support our schools. I've always been a proponent of affordable housing, but this felt different. Why had no one been notified that a proposal of this magnitude was on the table until 2 days before the meeting? At that moment, I decided that I needed to have a better understanding about what this particular project entailed. 9 days later, we were in a state-mandated lockdown, and my family's small business was forced to close for over 2 months. Like many residents of Geneva, our family was trying to navigate this new normal. The last thing on my mind was the Lewis Road parcel. We had been promised answers to our concerns since the Burton Foundation did not respond to them at the March meeting. There was never even a mere mention of a follow-up meeting. So you can imagine my surprise when this very same city council meeting to donate land for affordable housing was going to happen via a virtual meeting on May 4th. I, along with many other residents, felt duped. It made me think, does the city of Geneva really care about our concerns? We're in the midst of a pandemic, yet a surplus of land that has been for sale for nearly 20 years needs to be donated now. What's the rush? Those of you who know me, who know my husband and our small business, also know that we would give anyone in need the shirts off of our backs.
Lindsay, take your time.
We don't publicize all of the community events, charities, and initiatives we support. We don't believe it's necessary. It's our role as decent and caring human beings to give back when we can. However, because I have been questioning the procedural errors of the sale of this property, in the past few weeks, I've been called out publicly. I've been called a racist, an elitist, a NIMBY, and it's not just me. It's all of the residents in this entire community who have attempted to voice their legitimate concerns regarding the Lewis Road parcel. Residents who just wanted their questions answered. For 4 months, I've been reading through thousands of emails granted via FOIA request. Personal information in those emails was redacted, as it should have been. I'm not going to lie, not all of the emails from residents are filled with butterflies and rainbows. Only a handful have small-minded undertones, but the majority of emails I have read were valid concerns about the sale of this property. Concerns that we would have over any development of this size, whether affordable or not. What is appalling to me is that many residents who express concern now have their names, addresses, and cell phone numbers released in Friday's agenda by the man I voted for, by you, Mayor Burns, someone that I trusted. And because of this, I have people threatening me, calling me names, all because we just wanted our questions answered. Shame on the city for allowing this to happen, and shame on those of you in this room who claim to be our friendly neighbors, but instead decide to post personal information on social media. Because of this, many residents are now too afraid to speak at this meeting. You may have silenced some voices, but you will not silence mine. I ask that you allow me to speak through all of my points, because I'm now speaking on behalf of many people who were too afraid to come up to this lectern tonight. We've had exactly 4 months and 1 day to provide actual research that supports our concerns regarding the procedural errors behind the sale of the Lewis Road property to the Burton Foundation. I'd like to address those now. 1, while the City of Geneva was kind enough to release the Just the Facts document regarding the Lewis Road surplus, many residents do not know that the Burton Foundation had been in talks with the city for quite some time regarding the property. It's very concerning that even before the land was put up for public bid in November, the Burton Foundation was already organizing meetings with city officials and the Sterling Manor Town Home Association. My research goes back to July of 2019, 4 months prior to the notice of the sale ever even being published. 2, while I understand that land donation helps to increase a developer's point score and increases chances of government funding, I still find it concerning that the Burton Foundation bid on the land in December, and that the city even extended their deadline for applications to December 9th to accommodate the delayed letter of intent for the Burton Foundation. 3 days later, after the bid was received, Tracy Manning, was the president of the Burton Foundation, was at that planning and zoning meeting supporting land donation for affordable housing, and less than a month later, the city passed an ordinance amending the municipal code to donate that property. The next morning, through emails that I have gone through and spent tireless nights doing, the Geneva community developer, David DeGroot, reached out to Tracy, telling her that the ordinance had passed. And of course, the Burton Foundation then asked for the land to be donated. I'm sure you can understand why this is concerning for residents. It's one thing to pass an ordinance to donate land for affordable housing, but to seemingly pass an ordinance to accommodate one particular developer who was present at the meetings. Here we are months later with little notice, and the Burton Foundation has now offered the minimum of 80% of the appraised value only because they were pressured when it was determined unlawful to sell the land at less than 80% of the appraised value. Meanwhile, they never batted an eye when coming up with the funds to purchase the Nelson property as an access point. Only 3 acres of land that, once again, based in FOIA emails that I have read, was for sale for $700,000. One of the main concerns about the proposal of the table is the density of Emma's Landing. While I understand that the Planning and Zoning Committee will be approving plans, it is concerning that in 2013, Shodine proposed a comparable development consisting of 50 units, concrete sidewalks.
Mrs. McCall, I apologize, but I need to ask you just to stick
Okay.
to the issue with respect to the
Okay.
sales transaction tonight.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Let me just skip to my next part.
Okay.
Okay. And I hope that this does apply to the sale. It's just something that I would like you to consider.
Sure.
Because Geneva, it's not a home rule municipality, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that any form of rental unit that were to go in could not be enforced by the city, correct? There's nothing you could do if it started, if there was poor management, if it became dilapidated. Is that correct?
No, exterior-wise, absolutely.
Okay.
Interior-wise, there are no inspections with respect to rentals,
Okay.
whether it be Ashford Place, whether it be any other
Okay, thank you.
apartment home community.
Thank you. So based on that, that does address some of my concerns, because I know that with some of the other Burton Foundation properties, Marison Mill, that's a 55-plus development, and Water's Edge, they are both absolutely beautiful. And I also don't doubt that Emma's Landing will be a beautiful development if this were to go through. But my concern does revolve around the third-party management. Any reviews that you've read of some of the older Burton Foundation properties, especially in Sterling and in Rockford, have a lot of cement, broken fences, bikes chained up. So I'm assuming that would be something that you could address, but just not the interior of those units. So should a poor manager come in in the next 10 to 20 years, and should the property begin to deteriorate, I'm concerned that there's not much that the city can do. When we bought our home, it was to be our forever home. So before the city sells the land to the Burton Foundation, I just want to ensure that you have truly thought about the permanent residents who have planned to live in Sterling Manor for the long term. I promise I'm almost done. Half a page left, guys. As you consider what your vote will be this evening, I am encouraging you to vote no on the sale of the land to the Burton Foundation. Shouldn't we see a viable, affordable housing plan that would be beneficial for the new residents we will surely welcome into our community, as well as the existing residents of Sterling Manor? I encourage you to vote no so that we can sit down and have an open conversation and not make a rushed decision to sell land in the midst of a pandemic just to ensure we make the cutoff for the Burton Foundation's application deadline this week. Instead of constantly accommodating their wants and needs, let's talk about the residents of your community. Let's revisit the topic of land donation for affordable housing and make sure we're following the proper state statutes. If land donation helps bring affordable housing to Geneva, let's reissue the notice of sale at $10, encourage bids from other developers who have a vested interest in our community and who would be willing to provide us with affordable housing options that make sense for the space, that also address the concerns that residents have regarding that space. Lastly, I know you have a lot to consider tonight. I encourage you to not rush in making your decision. A simple nay doesn't mean you're opposed to affordable housing. It means you're just listening to many of the residents who have only ever wanted their voices to be heard. They just wanted to have an open discussion about how to properly bring affordable housing to Sterling Manor. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. I'm not sure how I drew the short straw going after Lindsay. Pretty big shoes to fill right there. My name is Stephanie Stewart. My last name is spelled Stewart. I would like to start this evening really fast by just thanking everyone on the council. I know that this is a very heated and passionate and emotional conversation, and I know that you've heard a lot and seen a lot that has happened in the past few weeks and past few months, and I just want to thank you for your time and your patience in having to deal with that. I live less than 1/8 of a mile from the property in question on Lewis Road. I walk past that property multiple times a day and think to myself, there's $750,000 just sitting there, waiting to be purchased and become the next gem in this incredible city that I chose to live in. I've personally never in my lifetime had a possession that was worth anything close to that, and honestly, I probably won't as a single woman who works for herself and works to maintain her home. I can say with certainty that I wouldn't sell my house for 80% of the appraised value. Would any of you? I would like to know, would anyone in this room sell their home for 80% of the appraised value? My guess is no, and in this case, it doesn't make logical sense financially to take a 6-figure loss on a piece of property that's worth nearly 7 figures. I apologize if it makes me harsh, and maybe it does, but in these uncertain times when so many of us, our neighbors, our friends, our colleagues, have lost jobs, been furloughed, and have wondered how we're going to support ourselves and our families, selling the property for more than $100,000 less than it's worth seems irrational. How many city employees, the people that we, the residents, we rely on, that take care of our streets and our trees and our park districts and every single person who works for this city, how many salaries could be paid in the next month with that money? How many pending projects does the city currently have on the back burner right now that could be funded with that money? How many things can the city do right now with that extra over $100,000? While the City of Geneva employees have been incredibly blessed and haven't been furloughed, and quite frankly, I don't know how anyone in this room has been able to maintain that and ensure their financial security. I praise you all for that. Not everyone in Geneva has been that lucky, and quite frankly, the City of Geneva itself has suffered along with its residents. Revenue losses must be in the millions, and that revenue can't be made up in the remaining 5 months of 2020. With ongoing capacity and social distancing restrictions, we're likely to see Geneva sink further into a current economic deficit that is no fault of our own. No one asked for this pandemic. The only offer on the table right now is from the Burton Foundation, who through my research I have found had a net worth in 2019 of $8 million. If they aren't willing to pay fair market value for the land, then what else aren't they willing to pay for? What else are they going to demand a deal on? If I wanted to buy 7 acres of land in Geneva tomorrow, no seller in their right mind would give me that property for a 20% discount. I implore you to take a look around at the residents in this room, the ones outside this building, and the one who have commented through the website that you guys provided. Could you ask any of them to sell their home tomorrow for 80% of its value for the future of Geneva? Keep in mind, these are the same residents that voted for you, that trust you and have the same values as you. I personally would love to see affordable housing brought to Geneva in a manner that's inclusive of our current residents, future residents, and watch us grow together as a community. We as residents, city officials, and developers can do this in a positive way to bring so much more to our city. 2020 has been a year unlike any other, and it has been one that has caused hardship and heartache. To further the city's current revenue deficit is considered reckless in my mind. It's time to dial back the chaos and make informed decisions that will help our city rebound. I beg you, please, table this. Vote no, not against affordable housing. Vote no to selling the land at such a steep discount so that we can regroup and do this as a community to move forward and build a better community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Steve Bryan.
Hi, Steve.
And hello. First of all, thank the alderman and mayor for all your hard work. You have a hard job, and I do appreciate the return emails from several of you. I heard outside that somebody's retiring. Who was that, or?
All of us, actually. Alderman Clemens.
Gonna miss you, so best everything to you. I'm retired. I'm one of 200 households that live in Sterling Manor on Simon Court. I'm a 25-year resident, and I bought here for many reasons, but number one was the neighborhood and the home that we purchased. Downtown, the quaintness of it, it was a small town. It had a lot of services. But for the reasons I bought, I'll leave because of projects like what Burton is proposing. Not for what it stands for, but for what I consider an inappropriate drop-in development in a neighborhood. And that would be my biggest problem with it. I have just a couple of questions and a couple of comments. I would like to know, did the percentages change to approve on this project from unanimous vote to 75% vote?
Mr. Bryan, that question was asked earlier this evening. There was never a unanimous vote threshold, ever.
Oh, okay.
The vote threshold was 3/4 to donate land.
Okay.
Because the Burton Foundation has chosen to purchase the land at $576,000, or 80% of the assessed valuation, as Ms. Stewart indicated.
Okay.
That threshold now is 2/3, or 8 members of the corporate authority.
Okay. All right. I just found it, well, if that's the case, then what I'm thinking is incorrect, because with each alderman having a 12.5% vote and then dropping it to 75, 3/4, the two aldermen that have whatever project in their district,
right.
Whether they, assuming they would oppose it, the rest of the council could vote it in, so.
Yeah, we vote in whole numbers, not percentages.
Okay.
So it was a statement made by a former alderman who I think drove it home fairly clear.
Okay, great, great.
Thank you.
And then my other question would be, why are we doing this? Are we doing this for the dollars that the state is going to give us that will help us out as a city? Or, I mean, what was the driving force behind, hey, we've got to have more inclusive housing? What was the motivation there?
I'm happy to allow anyone else to answer that question if you'd like, or I'm happy to take a stab at it. Not actually a stab at it, but just give you the lowdown, if you will. The strategic, Alderman Bruno.
This came up, we voted on affordable housing because public workshops showed that the community did want affordable housing, and it's a moral issue that we
So there was a poll that just said we need more affordable housing, and that's why we did it?
No, I think the short answer is, I'll give you a short and long, how's that?
Okay.
The short answer is through certainly strategic plan workshops where the entire community is invited to participate, and all of us probably know the next statement, not everybody participates. But nevertheless, at those workshops, one of the top goals was and continues to be housing diversity. That goal has stood out as one of the top 5 goals in the last 2 strategic plans. And in fact, it was codified as early as 2014 when the city council, not this one, but in fact, members of the city council who are no longer on the council, voted unanimously for the Homes for a Changing Region plan, which included in that plan, and is available on our website, multiple areas throughout the community of areas that might be ideal for some sort of affordable housing component, including the Lewis Road site.
Okay.
So,
Got it.
and
Thank
that has been a constant, if you will, goal of the community, which of course matches the goal of other communities as well.
Okay. Well, I guess my comment would be, obviously I'd vote for you guys to say no or table it and then look at alternatives as we proceed down the road of discovery about what the property offers or what it doesn't offer. And then my 2 comments are that it just seemed as a resident of Sterling Manor that there was a lot of views from people that didn't live there, and I'm sure that they have some motive for that and how they feel about neighborhoods and everything, but when you live in Sterling Manor and you see it daily, I think they're just a little bit removed. I'm not questioning their motives or anything else, but they're a bit removed from it. And the last comment that I would make is Sterling Manor is a pretty big component of the city. There's almost 200 households in that subdivision, and then we have Randall Square right across the street. And, at about $10,000 a household for taxes, that's $2 million just in this one subdivision. So I think that our voice obviously should be considered with that. So again, I would ask for your support and vote no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Abigail Earhart. I live at 1704 Millbrook Court in Geneva, and I want to thank all of you for your service. You're amazing people, and I know you have the best in mind for Geneva. I've been a resident here for 30 years. I hate to admit that, but yes, I have been. All my kids went to Geneva, and loved this community, and we still love it. We moved our mother-in-law up here from Indianapolis, and we put on a very large addition so that she could, live here and not have to go to a nursing home. And I heard the gentleman say so well that, there are people who have opinions that don't live in Sterling Manor. You're right. And I want to tell you that living here for 30 years where I live, the city put up or allowed Faith Lutheran Church to put up a Morton building for their church. And no offense to anybody who goes there, because they're all lovely people, but a Morton building is essentially a barn. And I have to look at that every day in the parking lot with orange cones. And I pay a lot of money in taxes, just like you.
Mrs.
And
Earhart,
so
if you
changes
want-
are bad, okay?
Director-
Changes, we don't like changes. So I really want to say to you, I also had to put up with the Williamsburg Elementary, and I love it. But the point I'm trying to make is this change is always scary for everybody. I get it. But I want to encourage you to vote for this plan. I know that Geneva is going to make it beautiful. I know Geneva, I trust these people. So I please encourage you to vote yes for this Emma's Landing. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, ladies and gentlemen?
I'll step up.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Burns, John Bowe, B-O-W-E. I live at 3316 Osprey Court, I live on Lewis Road, about 4 houses due west of Sterling Manor Park.
Got it.
So that traffic, and Mayor, excuse me, I know I don't want to use the word traffic anymore. I'm just gonna use the word safety. The last time I spoke in front of the city council, I've lived here since '96. The last time I spoke in front of the city council was about 2000, maybe 2001. And there was a Dr. Smith, I believe, that was a transit.
Yeah, he was not a doctor, but I'm sure he'd be appreciative of the elevation, but yes.
Okay. Anyway.
He's a traffic engineer.
Very good, thanks.
There you go.
Thanks for correcting me.
Yeah, way to go. You remember Bob Smith. That was well
Oh,
done.
yeah,
man.
I do remember him, because I had a couple discussions with him. I'm
sure you did.
I had another neighbor on Lewis that was real concerned about the traffic.
Right.
Up for safety. I don't want to use that word again.
I'm still going to keep you to a tight rampart here because I know where you're going. You've already conveyed your
That's
synonyms.
right.
So
Well, there's a park down the street.
Yes, sir.
As you well know. And that park doesn't have any parking in the park. Everybody parks on Lewis Road.
Right.
Now with the COVID, it's been down because there's no soccer kids and baseball. But when that park's in use, it's tight going down there from 4:30 to 7 o'clock at night. And in addition to that, it's also a bike route, if you can believe that. Lewis Road is a bike route.
John, is there a comment regarding the sales transaction?
Yes, I would encourage you to say no.
Okay.
Okay? And the reason being safety. You guys can argue what you like, but it comes down to safety. You're going to throw a couple another 100 cars down that road a day. It's safety. That's it.
Awesome.
It's all yours.
Thank you,
Thanks.
sir. Good to see you.
Nice seeing you too.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rafael Lucas. I am actually John's next door neighbor. Also live on Lewis Road. And I would also like to address the issue of safety. I have a 5-year-old, and there's so many cars speeding down Lewis Road right now that we can only imagine bringing such a dense development with so many more vehicles and so many more people to that area would do to the safety on our street for our kids. You know, I am all for affordable housing. My parents were immigrants. We actually took advantage of affordable housing when I was little, and I can say I'm a product of affordable housing. I simply do not believe that that parcel is fit for the purpose for which it is being sold for. So I would strongly urge you to vote no and or to table this matter for now to get better options for this property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for living next to John. That's
Yes, my name is Margot Hoovel, and unlike, excuse me, this COVID, no, I don't really have it. I not only live in the area, I live on the pond.
Your last name, Matt, is
It's Hoovel, H-O-O-V-E-L.
Got it. Thank you
I
very
live
much.
on the pond, so I know from what I speak about the area, okay?
Okay.
And my concern is not, I mean, like everyone else, we're for affordable housing. My concern is that location. And it's already been addressed, the fact you've got the trains, and I can tell you for a fact that there are a lot more trains, and you feel them. When those big freights with six engines on them go through, things rattle. So I don't know about how people would like to live right next door to all the train track. Plus, you've got the industrial development and the pond. And you have to have a car to get anything, if you want to get groceries or go shopping or anything else. There is no public transportation. I think that I would recommend tabling it, and so we could look at other options, and that the people feel like we haven't been heard. And I think it's really disingenuous for you to say that if this is strictly about a vote to sell to Burton Manor, the Burton Foundation, because if they buy it, they're going to use it. Why would they buy something for $570,000 and not use it? And also, if they have $8 million in assets, why are we giving them a break? We need the money in Geneva. There are a lot of things we could use it for. And on another point, when you were discussing with the attorney, it never entered my mind that anybody up here was benefiting from it. It just never entered my mind. And also I have lived in multiple states and in multiple areas, and I moved back to Geneva after my husband died because my kids live not in Geneva, but in this area. And it's a beautiful town. I don't want anything to happen to it, but it's the location that I have a problem with. And I would have you look at that very, very closely, because I don't think it's ideal for families with small children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Martha Paschke, P-A-S-C-H-K-E.
I live on Brookfield Lane in Geneva. With my husband and 3 kids, we've lived here for over 18 years. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of this action to increase affordable housing in Geneva. The 2004 Illinois Affordable Housing Act set a goal for municipalities to reach a minimum of 10% affordable housing and to submit these plans by June 2nd, 2015. Geneva missed that mark, as did many other towns, but we did join together with North Aurora, Batavia, St. Charles, in the Homes for a Changing Region plan a little later that year, which you just mentioned. Since then, anyone who's been paying attention and following the happenings in our city government knows that meeting this goal has been an ongoing conversation. This is nothing new. This past January, our city council voted unanimously in support of using land donation as a means to attract developers who could help us meet this goal. The top 3 categories of extremely low-income households are people currently in the workforce, seniors, and the disabled. These 3 categories account for 83% of households who qualify for affordable housing, with the remainder falling in smaller categories like students and single parents. People living in these households are severely cost-burdened, often spending 50% or more of their income on housing, forcing them to make difficult choices between rent and other necessities like food and medicine. Who are these people? They're young people just getting started in their first jobs. I believe many of our first-year teachers in Geneva would qualify. They're working parents trying to do the best they can for their kids. They're seniors living on fixed incomes. They're individuals with disabilities that may prevent them from earning full-time salaries or whose employment options are in low-paying industries. They could be you or me. In fact, my own family would have qualified financially when I was young, and my dad was a grad student in Chicago. Though I believe by the rules set out for this type of property, our family actually wouldn't have qualified for these specific units because there were too many of us. However, we made the most of our 2-bedroom apartment on the south side of Chicago, and I have plenty of happy memories there. So the question becomes, where should this affordable housing be situated in Geneva? The city of Geneva adopted the Homes for a Changing Region housing plan in 2014 and subsequently published a map with 44 or more properties earmarked for potential development as affordable housing. The property north of Lewis Road and east of Wood Road, now known as Emma's Landing, was on that map, as was the Campana location. And we see what happens when plans start taking shape. People find any number of reasons to argue against a change they do not want to see in their community, often saying this is not the right location, there's somewhere better. But there never is. And meanwhile, people who need housing, people who want to see their kids flourish in good schools, and who want to be a part of a community like ours are told they need to find it elsewhere. I promise I'm almost done.
Oh, take your time.
I recently got to tour 2 of the Burton Foundation properties in South Elgin because I wanted to be informed in my opinion on this sale. The first was an income qualified 55 and older residential building. I think that it was called Marison Manor or something like that, sorry. Completed in 2019. The second was an income qualified building for families. And I was interested to note the fact that in this 50 unit family building only had 12 children living in it. I also was pleased to note that both properties had social services on site for residents. The buildings were well built, well maintained. We toured the inside and the outside. There was great attention to detail, including very attractive outdoor spaces. I was blown away by the gazebo. Personally, a storm was rolling in and it was by the river and it just looked beautiful. Plenty of community spaces, as well as a playground and well-maintained landscaping. I grew up dreaming of living in a place like Geneva, where people know each other, look out for each other, and show up to take care of each other. I've been the them so many of these letters spoke of. I've lived in community with those people, and I know that has made me a better and more compassionate person. Research bears out that communities thrive with diversity of all kinds. Change is hard, and there will always be resistance, but it is what we do and say in these moments that determines how we shape our community for tomorrow. Personally, I want to see our community grow in its acceptance and affirmation of others. I encourage the City Council to approve the sale of land to the Burton Foundation. I believe that this is the right step forward for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Cookie, welcome. Excuse me, Ms. Olson, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Cookie Olson. I live in Geneva and have been here for 52 years or something like that. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of our aldermen and women. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the city staff for all that you do, your hard work and dedication and long, long hours to keep Geneva what it is. I don't think we really understand or appreciate necessarily all that you have to do to accomplish that. My comment tonight is not necessarily relevant to the purpose for this meeting, but I just wanted to say that a lot of people in this room and just in daily life, I hear people say, among them me, oh, I didn't know that was going on. When did that happen? And it creates a lot of anxiety sometimes, and a lot of concern, and a little bit of irritation or annoyance because we don't know what's going on. There's a website called www.cityofgeneva.com, and if we take the time, and I'm saying this because certainly you guys know about the website, I'm sure, but I think if people check that regularly, and go not just, look at the opportunity to read the different documents that are available, the different things that are going on in town, the different concerns that are in front of the city council, the zoning board. Maybe we'll become a little bit more aware of what's going on and we can keep up with that. And I think that's our responsibility to do that. We as citizens need to be a little more aware and a little more on top of things. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I do not believe there's anyone at Public Works. Oh, yes, sir. Welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm Tom Scherschel, S-C-H-E-R-S-C-H-E-L. I live in Sterling Manor. And you and I have spoken on the phone about this matter.
Yes, sir.
Before. The Irish have a saying that the poor will never forgive the crust of bread you gave them. Meaning that it's awfully nice of you to give a crust of bread to somebody who's hungry, but they'd really like a hamburger. You take this sliver of land at the edge of Sterling Manor. And imagine putting 45 units on that sliver of land, roughly the approximate equivalent to all the rest of the homes on that portion, that side, single-family homes of Sterling Manor, with at least 90 people, probably 4 people a unit on average, 180 human beings on that sliver of land. Many people, and everyone deserves their opinion, but many people have cast this entire situation in terms of, well, you don't want affordable housing or you're concerned about minorities. Nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing. I've worked on the board of Markland Children's Home in Batavia for 8 years. I've been on the board of Nuestros Pequeños Hermanos, which runs orphanages in Haiti in the Caribbean. I've held children who are massively undernourished and people who are in their 80s who couldn't stand up for lack of nourishment. So this is not about bias or prejudice, nothing like that. In fact, I suspect that if this was half the size, and if it was perhaps senior affordable housing, I'm just guessing, all right, I don't have any statistics, it would be welcomed with open arms. Those would be the luckiest seniors in the state of Illinois. We would be making them dinners. We would be cleaning their homes. We would be holding their hands. But when we think of 45 units, round numbers, 180 people on that sliver of land that backs up literally to the railroad tracks, who on earth would want to live there? Well, only somebody who had to, I guess. Yes, to be honest, it does seem like it was pushed through. It's not through yet. And Mr. Mayor, you said, well, wait a minute. Now, we're just talking about selling it to Burton.
Yes, sir.
It's like Trump saying, I'm just talking about selling it to Kim Jong-un. I don't know what he's going to do with it.
I would humbly suggest you not use my name and the president's in the same
I'm
sentence.
sorry. For that, I do apologize.
And I accept your apology, being the Irish guy who understood your line earlier, so thank you.
For that, I do apologize.
No
But
disrespect
come
to
on,
those who support.
that's the kind of thing that makes people wary, respectfully,
Understood.
of people in public office. Yes, it is about this. I know today is only about the sale. Well, what do you think they're going to do with it? Put up a basketball court? So I think truthfully, it would be a good idea to slow it down a little bit, to have public hearings like you've had tonight, to take a look at what we're really proposing. And in the end, I hope that the Burton organization presents a plan to you that's a little bit less than 180 people on a sliver that wouldn't hold 3 of the houses. 3 of the single-family dwellings would not fit on that property. Now we're going to put 45 units? What do you think you get from that? What happens when you crowd people or even experiments with mice or whatever you want to talk about? What happens with it? It's not good. It's not good. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you for letting all of us speak. You've had to sit here for the whole night and some nights before this, listening to all this. It seems to me, and I don't have a memory that goes back as far as yours, I'm sure. When was the last time you had this many people show up at a council meeting to discuss a proposal?
Not too long ago.
It seems like
you should have joined us for the recreational cannabis discussion.
There you go. It seems like this is something you might want to table and think about a little bit.
Mr. Scherschel, I would suggest to you, respectfully and with total admiration, the more people that participate, the better. Absolutely. In fact, I think all of us would agree, when the council chamber is full, that's what really oftentimes makes the best decisions.
Well, the question isn't how many participate. I think the question is how many are heard.
Every single one.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good to see you. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Karen Damaris, and I live, Demarais, and I live on Lewis Road, and I've lived there for 25 years. And I just want to say, please vote no, because we don't mind the affordable housing. It's just too many units for that space. It's just too crowded, too much traffic, just too many people. So I just ask you, please vote no. Put affordable housing in there, that's fine, just not that many. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room who has not yet spoken and wishes to do so? And I believe we do not have anyone joining us at Public Works? Okay.
They're watching, but there's no one else.
Are there any other guests outside? Do we know? Ben? Without objection, ladies and gentlemen, podium is yours.
Thank you. My name is Tracy Manning, president of the Burnt Foundation. I wasn't really going to speak tonight, but given everyone else had some liberty to discuss all their feelings, I took notes, and I would just like to talk about some of the points that were made tonight. Many were the same. We're not, and they're just going to be random because the comments were coming randomly.
I'm going to keep you on a tight rein as well, Tracy, if I may.
Sure.
To breeze over something, life is good. To stop and smell the roses on a particular topic that's not relevant, we'd prefer you not to.
I'll breeze quickly then.
Okay.
Number one, we're not tapping into Sterling Manor's detention. We actually have our own on site. The property purchase agreement has contingencies in it, and we need to meet all of them. So we're not buying the property tonight. We're just entering into a purchase and sale agreement with many contingencies. As far as the appraised value of properties being reduced by affordable housing, I gave to staff at the city proof that we actually increased the value of properties around our properties. The area median income is up to 80% of the 100% AMI. So at 80%, one person would have to make at or below $49,950 to live at this property. Two people, $57,000. So you see, people have to have jobs to be able to afford the rent that we are proposing here. As far as rushing this, I think Lindsay was her name earlier, made our point. I started this process years ago in Geneva. As she stated, she found out about it doing her research back in July of 2019. When there was an offer to purchase the land, RFP went out. Apparently mine was the only one submitted. Therefore, you accepted it. Subsequent to that, it was not a city staff member that told me that the ordinance was we can consider donating land for affordable housing. It was actually a resident in Geneva, not a city staffer. The Nelson property is being donated to the Burton Foundation for the access to the site because this property is landlocked. Therefore, 100% of land value probably isn't going to happen at this site because it doesn't have access to it. So we found a way to do that given the property across the street. While they're utility easements, they did not want to give vehicular easement to the site. The properties that they discussed about in Rockford, we have not been involved in for many years. We were not the majority owner. We were a small minority owner. There was a different management company owning it, and we had no say-so. We were not a majority owner or even a 50% owner. We had no voice in those properties. I don't know what happened at those properties that people were referring to, but I'm just letting you know we weren't in control of them. Our balance sheet. While we have an $8 million balance sheet, it's not cash. Those are assets. Those are buildings that we've built over time. So to say we have $8 million is not true at all. We're nowhere near. We have nowhere near that amount of money. We don't even have the $576,000 to come up with this money. We're going to be calling in friends to help the foundation, that's a not-for-profit organization, to help us purchase this property. You know, I keep hearing, we want affordable housing, and it's said every time I go into a meeting in any city, town, or village. We want affordable housing, just not here. There's never a good place for it. So we could move it, then that neighborhood would be coming before you saying, please vote no. This development that we've proposed is exactly what the city has decided should be on the site. It's less than 50 units. It's like construction. They're beautiful townhomes with garages, and they're energy-efficient green buildings. So we are following the direction of the city of Geneva. And the railroad tracks. The railroad tracks go right by million-dollar homes in Geneva. I don't think people making $40,000 to $50,000 a year will mind living where they can hear a train go by. Thank you all for your consideration.
Anyone else who'd like to spoken and wish to speak in the audience? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Peter Quigley. That's Q-U-I-G-L-E-Y. I didn't even hear you. What did you say? Okay. It's Q-U-I-G-L-E-Y. I only have one thing to say. I can't address all the residents' concerns here. I would never try to do that. I don't live here in the city of Geneva. Well, the only thing I want to address is the agreement. And the agreement says that there's a 180-day contingency for government approvals, okay? So all of the residents are concerned about getting certain things addressed by them. The traffic, the flooding, and all of those other things, they are going to be addressed through that 180-day government approval process. Trust me, if we can't resolve those issues, then my client's not going to move forward with this project. We need to have the approval by the city council. You have to listen to the residents' concerns. And once all that's done, and hopefully when the city council will approve it, then we can move forward with the project. And the only other thing I want to say is that my client's not looking to close on the sale tonight. Everybody thinks we're rushing through this process. My client's not buying the property tonight. My client wants to enter into a real estate purchase contract so that possibly they can purchase the property. But my client admittedly doesn't have all the financing and doesn't have all the government approvals. We need to go through that process. And the only way that we can go through that process is at the very least we have a purchase and sale agreement that's agreed to by the city. That's all I needed to say. Thank you.
Anyone else from the audience? If not, I will entertain a consideration by the council. Does anyone need a break? Water, restroom, anything else? Otherwise, we'll open up for comments or questions from the council. I will defer to those joining us remotely first. Anyone on the magic of Zoom have any questions or comments for either the city attorney, myself, city administrator, Mr. DeGroot, or representatives of the Burton Foundation?
Mayor, could we take a 2-minute break?
Absolutely. Take a 2-minute break, be back in 30 minutes?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
2-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, the break is over. We are returning to our open session and discussion. The floor is... There's no motion to break, was there? No.
No, we need them, yeah.
Oh, on the matter, yeah.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I will entertain a motion on the matter at hand. This is to put the matter on the floor for discussion by the council. And that is, item 3 is to consider approval of resolution number 2020-43, authorizing the sale of publicly owned surplus property, parcel number 12-08-200-073, to the Burton Foundation, an Illinois not-for-profit corporation, at the proposed sale price of $576,000, subject to the terms and conditions stated in the real estate purchase agreement.
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Bruno. Seconded by Alderman Maladra. This matter is on the floor. I'll turn to our friends joining us remotely for any questions, comments for any of the professional staff present tonight, or myself, or, of course, the Burton Foundation. Alderman nobody. How about here in the dais? Alderman Maladra.
I'll ask a question.
Okay. Alderman Kilburg, after Alderman Maladra, is that okay?
Fine.
Alderman Maladra, give up your seat. Alderman Kilburg, go ahead. Oh. Oh.
There we go. Oh, you're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted.
There.
Now you go.
I wasn't muted.
Okay.
Okay, I have several questions related to it, and I submitted questions in June that I received about 4 o'clock this afternoon. And then there were other questions that we were encouraged to submit, and I submitted questions today, and I didn't receive a response on those.
Alderman Kilburg, let me
so-
stop you right there out of respect. You received a response from me asking if you would like to have a conference call with Mr. Sandak.
Well,
And then I
well,
texted you and
Mayor, okay, Mayor, let me interrupt you because
Fire
that
away.
was, you sent me a text at 4:30 saying you want to visit with some of the staff on this. And the thing is, I had commitments already.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, what about the 2 weeks, Mayor? And I had to wait for those answers. Okay. Okay, that's enough. And I just want to wade through these questions, and if you want to try to answer them as we move through them one by one, that'd be great. I guess I would ask of staff, what changed between Monday evening and Thursday afternoon of last week as it relates to the contract?
Well, okay, Mr. Sandak?
I'll try and answer Alderman Kilburg. After consultation with Attorney Sremida, I advised,
Explain what I did.
yeah, IDA, I'm sorry, the Illinois Housing Development Authority, I advised City Administrator Dawkins that it may be advisable to take a conservative route, but that is a call for the council. And that was something that needed to be articulated to the proponent. The mayor and City Administrator Dawkins asked me to call the attorney for the developer proponent. I advised them they had 3 options. They could proceed as they wish. They could withdraw their petition, or they could do anything else they wished. And in that time span, they determined they wished to go forward with the purchase. As every member of the council knows, every time the matter was discussed, it was with respect to a donation or purchase. It was originally contemplated to be a purchase, and it ended up being a purchase proposal. At all times, the conveyance of the property was the topic. The method and/or the manner of the conveyance did change, and that was at the petitioner's request.
Okay, on Monday evening, leaving our meeting, I was of the impression from both staff and legal that the city would donate the property, and that was going to be the contract we saw this evening. And I guess my question would be then, why, with all the rather dramatic changes that took place, why didn't we have an emergency council meeting where the council could collaborate and ask questions of staff? All of us, as the mayor pointed out, were contacted on, I was contacted on 2 occasions, on Wednesday, I believe, and it was a brief 3-minute conversation as related to what was transpiring. And again, that didn't materialize into what became reality that we're looking at this evening. And then on Thursday afternoon late, about 5:30, I received a call, an urgent call. And again, I spoke, I think, with 3 or 4, with staff, and I think was legal present at that Thursday evening call as well?
Yes, sir.
I can't recall. Okay. So I don't know if I even asked a question because I was so shocked and surprised with what was transpiring because it changed so dramatically from where we were on Monday evening. And I guess my question is, I value the opinion of the council, and I feel as though an opportunity to collaborate and have conversation in regard to some of these dramatic changes from what we had on Monday evening would have been beneficial. I guess my other question is I understand from legal that the interpretation, and I had a question on Monday evening as it relates to the nature of a contract where a donation was involved and what the required vote if the city was to donate or even sell the property, what would be the required vote count to consummate that type of a sale? Historically in Geneva, when we disposed of public property, either through a donation or a sale, my recollection on, and that was a question I didn't get answered, on 3 or 4 occasions since I've been in office, we've disposed of property, some through sale, some I believe some of those transactions through donation to other governmental districts. That required a supermajority of either 2/3, I believe, or possibly even 3/4 vote of the board. And you related to us that you were fairly confident that we were solid as it relates to just a simple majority if this contract that we saw tonight would have been a donation. Why, as our attorney, didn't you talk to the Illinois Housing Authority in advance to determine some of these things? Because it seems as though we were catching up all week. Am I mistaken here?
Respectfully, in a couple ways. I don't believe the city has ever donated property before. I could be mistaken. There is always a heightened vote.
I'll stand to correct you on that.
I'm sorry?
I believe you're wrong, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever donated property for an affordable housing transaction.
No, understood. But even a governmental transfer, isn't that a donation?
No, it isn't. That's permitted in a different section, and there's different requirements. What was contemplated is novel, and I think I advised that the instance may have different interpretations. With respect to why didn't I call IDA or the Illinois Housing Development Authority earlier, I did. Most of the attorneys there were working remotely, and they got back to me when they got back to me. And as soon as they did, I advised staff and the mayor that they had a consistent opinion with mine, but they also shared that it was somewhat a novel situation. And they didn't know of any instance that had been contested. And so I gave that information to the city administrator and to the mayor and made sure it was articulated to everyone on the council in real time or as fast as it could be articulated pursuant to the local rules and the Open Meetings Act, and it was. So there was no sleight of hand, no disingenuousness, and I will remind Alderman Kilberg that the transfer of the property for potential affordable housing possibilities has long been discussed numerous times. That timeline that was put together identifies with particularity all of the instances of those communications, irrespective of whether the nature was a purchase or a donation or a purchase again. That transfer, that conveyance, has long been before this tribunal.
If we would have moved forward with a donation, would we have received the proposed $576,000 that's before us this evening? Because several council members were in favor of the donation, or at least gave that inference.
I have no idea what you're talking about now. We haven't voted on anything. Any communications that may have transpired between you and a colleague is fine, but we vote when we vote.
But isn't it odd that all of a sudden we went back and started negotiating, or we had communication again with Burton? And if we would have agreed on Monday, let's say that this contract as it relates to donation was acceptable to what would have appeared to be a sufficient number to achieve the sale or transaction or donation, why did we resume or re-enter into discussion with them?
Again, I'm confused. As I articulated earlier, I advised their attorney that they could proceed with the donation vote if they wanted, they could withdraw the petition if they wanted, or they could amend their proposal if they wanted. All of those options exist solely with the petitioner. Then the council votes on what is before them, and the negotiation period between, remember, Alderman, you and the council unanimously consented to the city administrator's continued discussions with Burton, the only bidder, the only interested party pursuant to the public notice that went out many months ago. Those negotiations continued.
Was that before COVID or after COVID?
Yes.
Yes before or yes after COVID?
Both, Alderman. They were before. Take a look at the timeline that's in front of you. You will notice that.
Yes, all I'm saying is that in March, the world changed quite a bit. My next question would be, could you clarify for me the legal difference between an offer and a bid as it relates to the Lewis Road property and our discussions with them from the beginning? Because I've heard the reference that we had a $700,000 offer or bid on the table very early in our discussions that I don't necessarily recall. But what are the requirements of the council as it relates to a bid? Are we required as a council to vote and accept a bid? Or are we required as a council to vote and accept an offer or reject an offer?
That's what's presently before us right now.
Legally. Pardon me?
That's what's before us right now. There is
Okay,
an offer.
what is an offer or bid? Are we accepting a bid or an offer?
Well, I don't want to be super technical, but it's a proposal.
Okay, but I've heard earlier this evening references that this is the bid that we received.
We put out a bid much earlier on, and then the council authorized the city administrator to negotiate with the petitioner, and they have made a proposal to purchase the real estate pursuant to the Illinois Municipal Act. They have made a proposal to buy at 80% of the last appraised value, which is the minimum amount that can be accepted at a 2/3 vote.
But early on, if there was a $700,000 bid or offer on the table, shouldn't the council have had an opportunity to vote on that very offer?
Alderman Kilberg, if I may, I'd like to ask City Administrator Dawkins to chime in as well, but I direct your attention to the timeline that was presented to all of you earlier today. The fact of the matter is, there was a $700 offer on that land.
I didn't have an opportunity in the last 6 hours before the meeting to study it. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Let me walk you through it, and on the off chance no one else is prepared.
I don't think it's a question of being prepared if you've given it a few hours before the actual meeting, Mayor. That's an inference that I'm not prepared, and that's not the case.
No, I didn't mean you weren't prepared, Dave. Not at all. I asked at the beginning, well, let's just get on here, folks. January 6, 2020, City Council unanimously passed, blah, 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 blah. February 10th, 2020, closed session, all present.
Let's go before that.
Okay. Summer of 2014, City Council unanimously approves Resolution 2014-76, adopting the Homes for a Change in Region. and identifying lands and structures appropriate for affordable housing, including the Lewis Road site. October 2018, City Council holds a special committee of the whole policy discussion on affordable housing, including a review of the Affordable Housing Planning and Appeals Act, an overview of various tools and incentives available to the city to create affordable housing in Geneva. October 2018, City adopts a new strategic plan. The section on economic vitality recognizes that a well-functioning economy needs housing options available at all income levels to support its workforce. The section on quality of life addresses the need to have economically diverse housing options that appeal to families and individuals at all stages of life, from all backgrounds and all ethnicities. November 2018, City holds a strategic planning and budget development workshop where the City Council identified the aforementioned objectives of the strategic plan related to affordable housing and priorities. June 10, 2019, City Council holds a special committee of the whole policy discussion on affordable housing strategies, including a discussion on property contribution. August 26, 2019, City Council Committee of the Whole continued policy discussion on affordable housing strategies, and the council unanimously directed staff to initiate amendments to the Geneva Municipal Code to provide incentives for the creation of affordable housing. Midsummer 2019, the city received a letter of interest from Burton Foundation offering $700,000 and received a letter of interest from M as in Mother, V as in Victor, A as in Apple, H as in Hello Partners offering $400,000. August 26, 2019, closed session with City Council.
Mayor, could you read that one more time, please?
Midsummer 2019, City of Geneva receives letter of interest from Burton Foundation offering $700,000 and a letter of interest from MVAH Partners offering $400,000.
Thank you.
Certainly. August 2019, closed session with City Council. Alderman Marks and Alderman Burghardt were absent that night. Stephanie Dawkins presented the two offers. There was no objection, ladies and gentlemen, no objection by any council member that they would be unwilling to consider selling the land at a reduced value, or using the land as an investment to encourage development. All favored that staff begin conversations with the Burton Foundation. Late August, early September 2019, legal counsel advised needed to get an updated appraisal and go out for bid, since the last time the property was appraised and offered for sale was in 2013. And keep in mind, folks, when the property went out for sale and bid in 2013, there were no bidders, there was no interest, there was no offers made. Late September 2019, appraisal received with assumption that easement can be used to provide access to the site. And that appraisal was at $720,000. Is that correct in the website? It's $720,000. It was later determined that the easement could not be used for access benefiting anyone other than the city, according to Chicago Title. November 18th, 2019, Resolution 2019-97 unanimously passed. Alderman Burghardt and Kilberg were absent. The City Council declared the property surplus and authorized the sale of the property, including in-kind considerations and a preference for affordable housing projects. November, December 2019, property publicly advertised for proposals for purchase. December 2019, the city received one proposal from the Burton Foundation for $700,000, the same offer they made in midsummer 2019. Staff began negotiating purchase agreement. December 12, 2019, a public hearing was held at the city's Planning and Zoning Commission to consider proposed text amendments to the Geneva Municipal Code related to incentives for the creation of an affordable housing within the city of Geneva. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously, with Commissioner Debates absent, recommended approval of the proposed text amendment to the Geneva Municipal Code to the City Council for their consideration. January 6, 2020, City Council unanimously passed Ordinance 2020-06, amending the Geneva Municipal Code related to incentives for the creation of affordable housing, including the ability of the City Council to donate property to a development containing affordable housing. February 10th, 2020, closed session. All were present. Staff explained that the Burton Foundation offered $700,000 to acquire the land, and in the meantime, the City Council has been reviewing affordable housing incentive policies. Prior to executing a real estate agreement, the Burton Foundation wanted to wait to see what types of incentives may be available to them for their consideration. We received an updated offer from the Burton Foundation to build an affordable housing development and requesting a waiver of the land cost and impact fees. A land donation enables Burton to score more competitively for needed subsidies under the Illinois Affordable Housing Tax Credit Program, providing more resources to put back into the ultimate development. The waiver of building and inspection fees is equal to about $6,000 per unit, or approximately $270,000. The resolution that unanimously passed by the City Council to offer property for sale also authorized the city administrator to negotiate a deal with the potential purchaser, including in-kind donations. However, since this was a larger ask than may have been anticipated, the city administrator sought direction and guidance from the City Council. After discussion on the incentives and costs likely to be incurred by the developer, there was full consensus to continue to negotiate under the parameters set in the recently passed resolution, with a goal to recoup the amount owed to the water fund. February 24th, 2020, all were present at closed session meeting. City Administrator Dawkins reiterated the discussion of February 10th, 2020, regarding the Lewis Road property and potential land donation. She explained that in recent discussions, the Burton Foundation was looking for a partial land donation and waiver of permit fees. They have since determined that to get the full benefits of the tax credits they would need, a full land donation would be most appropriate. Dawkins further stated that while they are still willing to pay the city for the project, they are now looking at paying for permits or connection fees instead of for the land. Dawkins noted this scenario would still make the water fund whole, as long as the resolution states that the city's intent is to reimburse the water fund. City Administrator Dawkins did not see any issues. Unanimous consent by the council allowed this discussion with the developer to continue for full land donation and partial waiver of other fees. April 20th, 2020, closed session, via Zoom, of course. Administrator Dawkins updated council that the Burton Foundation has executed the draft agreement to include donation of property, and City Council approval would be sought at the May 4, 2020 City Council meeting. There was clarification regarding that approval of the purchase agreement, but did not constitute an approval of the project. That project had to proceed through the typical zoning land use process. April 27, 2020, conference between Burton Foundation, Alderman Marks, Alderman Clemens, and myself regarding questions relative to the May 4th, 2020 council meeting. This meeting was requested by Alderman Marks and Alderman Clemens. That meeting took place via teleconference. On April 29, 2020, I announced that all city and City of Geneva standing and ad hoc commission and committee and board meetings were to be suspended immediately until the next phase of the governor's Restore Illinois plan. All meetings were suspended. We began to return to some semblance of order, and the next time this matter was discussed, it was on July 6th, last week, in closed session. Alderman Burghardt and Alderman McGowan were absent. And the discussion was regarding potential litigation regarding Lewis Road as identified via a letter submitted by certain residents of the Sterling Manor subdivision represented by Greenberg Traurig. July 8, 2020, Mayor contacted City Council members individually by phone regarding an updated opinion to take a conservative approach regarding and requiring a three-quarter majority vote, as there was no case law one way or the other. The mayor indicated to all that the city attorney would update the Burton Foundation's attorney as to the change in vote requirement for the donation. July 9, 2020, Mayor, City Attorney Sandak, City Administrator Dawkins, and Director DeGroot participated in one-on-one phone conversations with each of the city council members, save for Alderman Swanson, whom I spoke with later that evening, regarding an updated offer from the Burton Foundation after being advised of the voting requirement for donation. So in summary, and I'll continue, the Burton Foundation was so advised, as the City Attorney Sandak just made clear, that it is now a three-quarters vote affirmatively in order to exact the donation and enter into the sales agreement. The Burton Foundation was now offering, based on their own consideration, 80% of the appraised value of the land, or $576,000. July 12, which is yesterday, I sent an email to the City Council offering to connect with myself, Attorney Sandak, City Administrator Dawkins, or Director DeGroot to answer any questions or concerns regarding the process or items related to Monday's meeting. And here we are tonight. Thank you for indulging me.
Good. I think that information is beneficial to the community, that they hear that this has been a long and involved process, and they see that there's been a lot of discussion as it relates to this topic.
Right.
And that there's been a lot more visibility and transparency than maybe some people really feel has taken place. I guess my question is, addressing this issue this evening, does it really serve the purpose and the best interests of Geneva to make a decision tonight, or does it really serve and provide a benefit to the best interests of Burton, the Burton Foundation? The reason I ask is that normally when we have an issue of this significance, we have a council of the whole meeting where the council has an opportunity to ask questions. There's an exchange amongst us. The public has an opportunity to provide feedback, and then we have a week to ruminate on it, and then come back and make a decision. All I'm asking is, why tonight, and does that serve the city's best interest? Because it seems as though Burton isn't under any pressures or urgencies, but it seems as though this has, it seems to have been somewhat of a shortcut to where we're at. Anybody want to feel that one?
Yes, Alderman Kilberg, I will be happy to do so. The reality is this, and I will invite Alderman Marks and Alderman Clemens to chime in as well. Alderman Marks and Alderman Clemens and I had a conference call leading up to and agreeing upon how best to proceed with respect to a committee of the whole meeting and a council meeting. We together focused on the dates of July the 6th and July the 13th. July the 6th for the committee of the whole, July the 13th for the council. Alderman Marks advised me that he would be out of town on the 6th, but wanted very much to be present for the discussion and the debate. So I agreed that we would then go to July 13 for a special city council meeting. I asked Alderman Clemens and Alderman Marks if that was sufficient and acceptable. They both said yes. City.
So I wanted to chime in that I believe the original date was June 15th, and then we discussed it and got it moved into July, because we were trying to get a little extra time to talk, which we got.
Oh, forgive me, yes.
I was just trying to interject that we actually, in that phone call, it was supposed to be on June 15th.
Right.
And then the three of us discussed it, and we actually advanced the date into July, because we did want to get more time.
Did you hear that, Dean?
So it was, we managed to get more time.
Okay. No, it's,
I
thank you.
heard that, but we had a city council meeting on the 6th though, right? That was a city council meeting. That wasn't a committee of the whole meeting because I have the agenda right in front of me.
Because there were no items for the committee of the whole. We were gonna put committee of the whole that evening, this discussion. But that was postponed, that was deliberately not placed on that evening because of information relating to Alderman Marks's absence. So and of course, I can only, I'll defer to Alderman Marks, but that's why it was decided. And the city attorney then advised the Burton Foundation that we can't have a committee of the whole meeting on that date because we wanted a full council, in particular, those council members from that ward. July 13th, it'll be it. And that's how we got here tonight.
Okay. But couldn't we have had a committee of the whole meeting this evening and a council meeting on the 20th? What would have prevented that from happening?
Absolutely nothing, probably, other than the fact that, based on my conversations with multiple council members, including those members from the ward, and please chime in if I'm incorrect, there was desire to dispatch of this matter as quickly as possible, not without complete transparency, mind you, but to dispatch of the issue that was on the table, and that is whether to sell the land. And the 13th was decided upon.
Okay. Okay, this evening, one of the ladies referenced from the FOIA information. Now, I didn't have access to any FOIA information.
Right.
But she indicated that there was communication between staff and someone as it related to the fact that the Nelson property sold or was offered at $700,000. Did staff have any knowledge of that, and was that shared with any of the members of the council? Because that is less than 3 acres at $700,000 with access versus what, I guess I'm wondering why Burton has so devalued our property compared to what they were prepared to pay for the Nelson property to gain access. And I guess the other thing is that it's really not $576,000. It's $426,000 because we're giving them permits, and we're going to give them up to that amount, another $150,000 in possible infrastructure that will be required for the site. So it's really $700,000 versus $426,000.
Dean, let us address the second question first, and I'll defer to the city administrator on that matter, and then I will.
If they had that knowledge, I think that was something that should have been shared with our city council. If we're going to be fully transparent.
What item are you talking about, Dean? Are you talking?
That would have weighed on how the council perceived the value of our property.
Okay. I'm not sure. Do you want me to address the Nelson property first?
That's fine. Go ahead.
The Nelson property and the transaction that took place there is a third-party transaction. We had absolutely nothing to do with that transaction. In fact, just a few Google searches will determine and tell you that that transaction was actually made by a third party who is then going to donate that property to the foundation. We had absolutely no involvement with that transaction. We were made aware of their, quote, gaining access, and the council was so advised as well, when in fact, I spoke to the alderman and advised, I think, Mr. Clemens and Mr. Marks, or excuse me, yeah, Mr. Clemens and Mr. Marks first, as well as others, that there's a new development percolating. Now, of course, that was prior to the property being closed on as well. In fact, I don't know if the property is closed on. It's quite frankly none of my business. But with respect to the other item about the value of the land, I think we're misunderstanding the draft sales agreement, and I'm going to ask Stephanie to explain that.
I think there's some confusion that we have talked about waiver of fees and donation of land or payment for land. Where we're at tonight is only talking about the land. There's been no approvals or definitive answers about any waivers because that was all about early on when they were paying for the land, then they were asking for waivers. Then they weren't paying for the land, so they weren't, it's been moving back and forth, but that comes at a later time. That doesn't come as part of this agreement. This agreement is solely about the land. And this agreement is the same agreement you would have seen under a donation with the exception of the purchase price and an escrow.
Okay. Okay. I guess my question, are the Burton representatives still there yet?
Yes, they are.
I guess you made it sound as though it was going to be difficult to come up with the $576,000 to cover the costs of our property. Where are you coming up with the $700,000 as it relates to the access? And I said, the mayor said that it was going to be donated. Can you verify that?
Yourself or Mr. Quigley?
The Burton Foundation was able to secure from a party that they've done business with for a long time for them to purchase that access parcel, okay? It was very long negotiations with the Nelsons, and they were able to get this third party to purchase it, and they are going to donate it to the project. And that's all that happened, okay? There was an option agreement, this third party entered into it, and that third party hasn't even purchased it yet. We're still waiting to go through this process with your city council before we're going to move forward on that either. Does that answer your question, Alderman? I don't know.
Well, it leads to another question. Have you had some type of inside benefit as it relates to securing this property? Because you said that you've had a long-term negotiation with securing an access to a property that you didn't even have yet. I mean, it seems as though you were working with the access to that property before you were even trying to finalize anything with the city. Am I wrong?
I'm not sure I understand the question here.
Well, you just said that we've had long discussions with someone in regarding the possibility of providing the financing for the Nelson property. So when did that start? And how long has that been going on in relationship to our negotiations? And you don't have to answer that if you don't want to, but you were the one that said you've had long-term negotiation going on and you had a donor for that.
Yeah, long-term to me is very different than long-term to him. Long-term to me in Geneva, I've been dealing with, trying to figure this out for 4 years in Geneva. He was working with another person to purchase the Nelson property, who's a friend of the Burton Foundation, and was it a few weeks? I don't know how long it was. For negotiating with Nelson. I mean, it's not been a year. It was.
It's not been that long. No, it has not.
It was just this year, and it was probably, well, it was just before COVID, I think.
In
I remember
2020
you telling me about
or
that.
in 2019?
I'm sorry.
No, in 2020, Mr. Kilberg.
Yeah.
It was this year.
It was this year.
Yeah.
We could
4
go
or 5
back and look
months
at dates
is
of.
long-term?
What is he saying? I'm sorry, what did you say?
What did your attorney say when I asked him the initial question?
Could you define long?
Can you tell, I
He wants
misspoke.
to know how
Sorry.
many weeks.
The time period that Tracy just gave you is the time period that we were dealing with. If I said long-term, then possibly I misspoke, but whatever time period is, I don't think it matters whether or not you say long-term or short-term. What the term was, how much time it took, is what Mrs. Manning said. Whether or not it falls under your definition of long-term or short-term, I don't think that really matters. It's the time period.
Right. The only reason I ask is here you're asking someone to spend $700,000 to gain an access to a property that probably will end up costing you $425,000, not even considering the tax credits. I guess my question is, why did you step back and say, okay, we're going to have to spend all this additional money maybe what we ought to do is we ought to sit down with the Sterling Manor Homeowners Association and have a real serious dialogue. Be real forthcoming, share information, tell them that how the access off Lewis Road would help your efforts and how it would help the city. And you could have saved money possibly, and you could have diffused a lot of the anger that you've created in our community.
I didn't mean to cause anger.
Was that given any thought, or did anyone on your team decide or give any consideration to exploring that?
Yeah, I actually met with the president of Sterling Manor Townhomes
times did you
in
meet
2019.
with him?
I met twice in person with a couple of board members. One was on the phone and one was in the room with the president, and several emails and phone, trying to get the board members to meet with me. But I think it was September.
In September? Okay.
I think it was September, October.
Sometimes it takes people a little while to settle into an idea. And I think there's some salesmanship in selling or marketing affordable housing. I think that this has been a disastrous experience for our community. And I guess in visiting with the two aldermen directly involved, they've had a very difficult time communicating with your organization. That you were unwilling to meet, unwilling to communicate, and that went on for weeks and weeks before you finally sit in on a conference call with them. And that's what's driven our alderman to resign this evening.
No, Alderman Kilberg, wait a minute. Alderman Kilberg, you're out of order, sir. You have made an assertion. You are speaking on behalf of other elected officials. I would kindly ask Alderman Marks and Alderman Clements, is that an accurate statement? If it is, share it now.
It is not. I believe it was an email from one of us, and we.
I can't hear.
The mayor had mentioned, had told, I shouldn't say mentioned, and during one of our conversations had mentioned that he had asked Tracy to speak to us with a number of times. He finally did call me and asked me to reach out to her because we had not heard from her. Is that correct, Mayor?
Would you say that you were involved in the process, or you had to struggle to become involved?
We reached out to her because the mayor had asked us to.
And keep in mind, Alderman Kilberg and ladies and gentlemen of the council, we were also prohibited from making direct contact for all practical purposes because of threatened litigation from multiple parties. However, a discussion with the Burton Foundation from the representatives of that particular ward is a good and honest discussion to have, because the council members, as Tracy will recall, had specific questions to ask of the Burton Foundation regarding and prior to the May 4th meeting. And then all double hockey sticks broke loose with respect to the canceling of everything. Sure.
Just as I'm sure everybody's wondering what was the content of that phone call, my single question was regarding the soil on the site. I had noticed in the appraisal that there was a comment made about whether or not the soil could support a large structure, and it recommended further study. And I asked about that. But as far as any issues directly communicating, there were none that I was aware of.
Okay, that's changed a little bit from my conversations with the aldermen, so they're being kind this evening, I believe. But I guess the reason why I've asked all these questions is I think that a lot of this information filters into the community in bits and pieces. And I think that sometimes the opportunity to really have an open discussion and have an exchange amongst the aldermen at a committee of the whole meeting, I think serves a real beneficial purpose. And tonight's the first time I've ever seen any representatives from the Burton Foundation in our council chambers. And I think because of the importance of this project to the community, I thought that they would have been much more engaging with our council. And obviously they've been engaging with our staff and our our legal team, but we had no presentation. I mean, it's available on the website, but as far as questions, sure, we can send them an email or we can give them a phone call. But I think in a public forum where people are watching, I think that serves an important purpose. And that does have a tendency, I think, in many ways to calm the waters. My comment is, I think our nation is dealing with a lot right now. We've got a pandemic. We've got racial strife, or we're dealing with, we're coming to grips with Black Lives Matter. We've got policing issues. We've got so much going on in our society today. We've got the risks, the threat of more unemployment. And I think that was coming through tonight as it relates to some of the anger. And the other thing is then on top of all those things that are going on, we got a presidential race where you can't talk to your neighbor because you might have differences of opinion as it relates to them politically. And then here locally, we throw one of the most controversial subjects in the middle of all this, affordable housing. And on top of that, in our community, we're dealing with education. And are we going to have school this fall? And parents know that maybe within 6 weeks, they're going to have to send their kids back to school, maybe not. I've got a job. I've got to figure out what I'm going to do if the kids are home. My wife's also working. The people that I take my child to daycare, they're not going to be open because they're concerned about the pandemic. So let's give these people a little bit of slack. And again, there's been a lot of hostility communicated in some of this correspondence, and we put it out there for the public to see, was that really the wisest thing to do on top of all this? I mean, that's like throwing kerosene on the fire. And that's why we had the people that we had tonight. And if we didn't have a pandemic, we'd have probably had twice as many. So I'm here, and again, people think, well, he's against this. No, I'm probably for it. But because we sort of dropped the ball, we've got all these issues in our community that aren't going to go away because these people are now in for a fight because they're going to fight this whole thing to the finish. And that's unfortunate because it didn't need to happen. That's all I have.
Anyone else joining us remotely wish to ask any questions or? I will assume that since nobody, and myself included, did not make the announcement, we are past 10 o'clock. We are continuing, and we'll continue. Okay? From remotely, Alderman McGowan, Burghardt, or Ruby, any questions for anyone? Or comments? From the dais, Alderman Maladra, thank you, sir, for your patience. Sorry about that.
I forgot what I was going to say. So we've heard a lot tonight about process. And to me, this is sort of a funny thing because to my mind, this is really just the beginning of a process. This is the beginning of a process where a number of things sort of come together. It's a process where we're attempting to meet some of the objectives that have been a part of our strategic plan for decades. It's a process by which a developer is attempting to create something that they feel will be an asset to the community. And as often is the case, when the topic is changed, it's a process that's going to bring with it a fair amount of contention. There are a number of issues that I've seen raised and heard here tonight about drainage, about traffic, about impact to schools. All of these things are issues that we have faced numerous times as a municipal government, and they are issues that come through a process that goes through the Plan Commission, It gets debated, it gets kicked around, it either stands or fails, it comes to the city council where it's debated further, kicked around some more, and it either stands or fails. I believe the intent is for that process to take place for this as well. It bothers me that so many people look at this as a done deal that's being railroaded through. And so my original question was just going to be about the agreement itself. Mr. Quigley mentioned that there is a 180-day contingency. So basically, to make sure that I understand this correctly, if going through the Plan Commission or if going through the City Council, whatever the Burton Foundation proposes to do on this property is not approved, does the conveyance of that property still take place?
No.
It does not. So there has been no agreement to allow the Burton Foundation to do anything. There is nothing being discussed other than the question that if the Burton Foundation does propose something that fits within Geneva's zoning, fits within Geneva's comprehensive land use plan, fits within Geneva's affordable housing plan, fits within Geneva's strategic plan, if they get over all of those hurdles, will we convey this property to them through the sale?
Maybe.
What did I get wrong?
Well, there's a financing contingency, there's the access
Oh,
contingency.
all those
And
usual
if they
real
don't,
estate
and once it's
contingencies.
all approved, if they don't build it,
Right.
it doesn't get conveyed.
So to me, it just seems like a whole bunch of other developments that we've discussed over the years. Park Place, although these didn't involve the conveyance of city property. But they were developments that had people turn out and express concern over density, over traffic, over drainage, et cetera, et cetera. Some of these developments get approved, some of them get denied. And I fully expect that to be the case here. Some of what Alderman Kilberg brought up, I do agree with. I think that the timing is unfortunate, but I think that we all have to come to grips with coronavirus as a reality, and the challenge that we have as residents, as employees of firms, as owners of firms, anywhere else, is that business can't stop. So business continues. Alderman Kilberg made a fair amount out of the conversations that the foundation was having, trying to gain access to the parcel. I view this as no different than what Shodine did down by the river, talking to nearby property owners with regard to the mill race and coming up with deals with the owner of this property or that property about what will happen and what they might agree on if Shodine is allowed to pursue development at the mill race site. Developers assemble parcels, developers look for access. They're attempting to create an asset for the community. So I'll just close by saying I wish people would focus on the fact that this is not the end of a process. This is not an agreement for anything to be built. This is really just the beginning of a process, and it's a process that's going to answer the question whether or not what the Burton Foundation is proposing is the asset that we need in Geneva. Thanks.
From the dais, Alderman Marks, then Bruno.
I don't know who's best to answer this, either the attorney or...
Just to clarify, your microphone is on, sir?
I'm not sure who's best to answer this, either Stephanie or the city attorney, but could you explain really that the paragraph 607, the limitation on the fees of 150, just so I understand?
And that's my apologies,
No, it's okay.
because we were updating this agreement, and that's why it's a draft, to make sure that we have all of the details worked out now that it's not a donation and it's a purchase. So there may be a cap, there may not. Those are details that we need to work out. That was all part of the negotiation.
So this may not be in the
Right.
final agreement?
This is a draft, and so what you would authorize tonight is for us to finalize the contract.
So
I mean, and I
Would
don't
we,
know.
would we be discussing this? I guess I just don't understand what's being capped here. Is it,
David, do you want to have any more
I guess I
information?
just want, I mean, are,
Burton Foundation,
I mean, what would, I guess my question would be this. For a 45 unit, how much would a normal sewer, would sewer fees cost?
is that 6,000 a unit?
With all permits.
Yeah.
David, open up the mic again, so
Based on other similar developments, we're looking at approximately $6,000 a unit for permitting and inspection fees.
And so that would really be 270,000. And then we would, and then it looks like any impact fees or development fees, which would, does that include contributions to the city and park district also being capped in here?
That was not contemplated.
Okay, that's why I didn't understand what the impact fees were.
So it would really be $120,000 approximately that we would not be
Okay.
collecting.
And
as
this
draft.
does not include then any electrical fee hookups? It just says sewer. I'm not, is the 6,000 include electrical, or is there no charge for
I think
electrical?
just as it's worded for
It's just sewer.
connection, yeah.
Water?
Sanitary, permitting and inspection fees.
Okay. So with the 150,000, it would be 270.
That was my error when Dean spoke, so I,
So it would be 270,000 if we did it, and we're capping it at 150. So we're capping it, we're, I don't know what phrase, but we're giving up 120,000 of fees.
it doesn't include any third-party fees, so any expenses that we have to farm out, we are not waiving any of those.
But I guess my question is my thinking right, that, you know, it's 270, so we're really giving up another $120,000. Is that a fair, is that summarized or not? I mean, is?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's just my question. I didn't understand that paragraph,
Yeah.
Mayor, I apologize.
My apologies.
No, I didn't understand it, just thought we could clarify it.
Alderman Bruno.
Thank you, Mayor. Just before I forget, I just wanted to, Ms. Olson did make a good point about the city website, but that address is www.geneva.il.us. Go to the Notify Me page. You can get all the notifications. It would be hard to be surprised by anything happening in the city if you signed up for notifications. Let's see. So this says this was deemed surplus back in 2013, put up for sale, no interest. We've already had it answered that if we don't get a project that we like and they don't get financing, the sale does not go forward. I will say, I should tell the public too, thanks for all the input. I've seen some eloquent statements, legitimate concerns. Sadly, we have seen a little sprinkling of some of our darkest human traits. I am surprised by the overwhelming pro-feedback with those emails. That's not typically how it plays out in development. But the public deserves to know how I'm arriving at my decision on this. We've got to drive home. Again, we are not voting on the project. There's so much that has to happen before we vote on this project. We're just trying to keep something on the table. We want to vote on, we're voting on the principle of affordable housing in the city. Community weighed in public workshops, and wholly separate from any state mandate, the community wants housing diversity. That is our mandate. We've put it into the strategic plan. The community wants it. And absent all this, nobody's coming to the city, say for Burton, to develop affordable housing. If we want affordable housing, we have to make it happen, and we've put our ordinances together for those incentives. But we have very few options beyond this. We stopped short of demanding, X% of multifamily units. That seemed too draconian, but with the with the undeveloped parcels in the city, even if we did demand 10% affordable housing, we probably wouldn't really make a dent in the numbers we need to achieve. So what's it say if we don't keep this on the table, if we don't have this sale available to us? All we're doing here is allowing this developer to go through this arduous public process to try and come up with something that makes us all happy. Traffic, stormwater, environmental, that'll all be vetted separately. We're not discussing that here. That is a rigorous process. And again, if we're not satisfied, the city keeps the property. If we don't leave this on the table and approve this tonight, what's it really saying? Or is it really saying that we aren't actually concerned about affordable housing because we don't have much in the way of other options than these types of incentives? Are we just paying lip service to affordable housing? If this doesn't stay on the table, if this isn't approved, we'd have to pull out other tools. And what would those other tools be? Given how we are so built out, given how few other parcels are available to build any type of density and put affordable housing, we wouldn't make a dent in the numbers that we really want to. Now, some cities are suggesting things like eliminate single-family zoning. That would spread the pain, if you will, throughout the city. Your neighbors could rent out a room, assuming they could find a place to park a car. I don't think we're wanting to go down that route. I see very few tools left. And I honestly, I don't find this to be a difficult vote at all. Let's leave this sale on the table, let's move it forward, and let's see what comes out of the process. Honestly, I think it'd be irresponsible to kill it at this early stage. Thank you.
Alderman Caven.
Thank you. Be patient with me here for a little bit. I have a handful of things written down here. Well, we've already been here 3.5 hours. What's another hour and a half, right? That's not so bad.
There's a lot of things.
You know, we heard a lot of discussion tonight, and I think I heard actually a lot of very good points from people on both sides of where they stand. And some of the things that others have talked about, this only being the beginning stages of the project, while I do understand that, I think part of what's driving some of that is if you go to the Illinois housing site, I mean, you can see basically exactly what the proposal most likely is going to be. Now, that doesn't mean that it's gone through our whole planning or anything like that, but when you want to talk about people jumping to conclusions about what it's going to look like, those items are already out there. So when a resident that lives over there that may have some of the concerns that we heard throws that out there, I don't think that they're just completely making that up. So even though this may be the beginning of our process, that doesn't mean that there hasn't been other things that have been done or worked on. So I just at least wanted to point that out. So when we were talking about the contract, what is the time frame that's in there that the property would revert back to the city if there wasn't some type of construction started, financing secured? What's the range, or what's the date?
So each section has a different contingency period. So, as Mr. Quigley stated, it's 180 days for the government contingencies, which is going through the Plan Commission, financing. Hold on, I'm looking for it as we speak. Financing, it's also 180 days from the effective date. The reverter would be 1 year. I don't have a date in there because we haven't executed the agreement.
course.
But that's what was talked about. So, and it's all spelled out in there. But in the reverter clause states, unless at any time prior to reversion date, the purchaser has been issued all required building and stormwater management permits and other applicable governmental authority and commenced physical construction. So it doesn't have to be done, but they have to have started construction.
Yeah. Okay, so 12 months. Okay. One other thing that I would like to point out, sort of to Alderman Bruno's comment, and this is not what I'm proposing, but, you know, listening to all the feedback that there was today from the residents that specifically live right there, I think that voting no today does not necessarily kill this for good. I think that that would allow some of this to potentially reset and hopefully have more buy-in. And I'm not saying that that's exactly what I think should happen, but having something pause for a little bit doesn't necessarily make it not possible. One other comment that I have in our recent timeline of affordable housing in the Lewis Road property, and I don't know if others feel this way or not, but specifically the December 2019, city received one proposal from the Burton Foundation for $700,000, same offer as that was made in midsummer. Now, I recall having the closed session, and I remember hearing that there was an offer submitted and that there was one that we had. And if I missed this, then shame on me, but I don't ever remember hearing in December that the amount was actually $700,000.
You heard that in February in the closed session.
I know, but
Yeah, December, no, because at the time they made the offer, then they knew that the council was looking at incentives and they asked us to stop negotiating any agreement until they found out what the incentives were. So the resolution that the council passed when we put the property up for sale authorized me to negotiate the agreement with the successful proposer. Because there was only one proposer, there was no need for me to come to the council and say we have to decide because we have multiple proposers. We had one.
yeah, okay. But I mean, in looking at this, when I look at this, this makes it look like we knew what the offer
Well,
was.
you knew there was an offer for $700,000 back in August. And and council had said it's okay to start negotiating with the Burton Foundation. And then legal counsel said, wait a minute, it's been several years since we did an appraisal. We should do an appraisal. We should put it out a notice for bid.
I recall
and
that.
kind of reset the clock.
Okay. Well, I don't remember hearing an offer for $700,000 for the midsummer of 2019. I remember that we had the two companies, the one that was local and the one that was, I believe, from Ohio, if I'm correct. But I didn't believe that any one of those offers was actually $700,000. I thought that it was less than that, so, okay. All right, so we fast forward to December. So we received that offer, but we are still going through and looking at potential incentives. You know, and I know that this was noted many times today by several people. I know that this council unanimously voted for the incentives that we were going to offer based off of all the discussions that we had and a lot of community input. And I'm happy to sit here and say today that I would have voted for those incentives again if it was tomorrow. And I know that that includes, you know, up to land donation. But I also think that it's fair to point out, when we did this in January, I think that everybody's finances, the economy, as well as the city's finances, look a whole lot different today than they did in January. So, you know, trying to keep that into consideration as well, knowing that we had an offer for $700,000 in December, even though we decided to hold off because of what was still coming in December. I mean, well, I'm sure if I was the developer, I would have tried to do the same thing. If it's going to be out there and available, I'm sure that I would have inquired about that as well. But part of me knowing that if we had an offer for $700,000, part of me wishes that we would have acted on that, or even potentially countered when we got this last offer at 4 o'clock on Thursday of last week with, okay, 576, you've made an offer 2 times for $700,000. The city is already, like I said, with the finances and everything, that's an additional $125,000 in what something like that could help pay for the city. I mean, I fully understand that this is a need that the community has, but I think that we also have somewhat of a fiduciary responsibility to the residents, and an additional $125,000, that still definitely pays, that still definitely pays for a lot of different things. So, now, like I said, I definitely understand and agree with many of the thoughts from both sides. I don't know. I obviously wish that somebody else was sitting here today. I'm definitely not going to lie, but the way that this has been, I mean, I'm really hoping that I don't wind up losing, relationships and neighbors of people and stuff that I've had, because I honestly and legitimately want to do the right thing for this city and this community. That's what I signed up to do this for. Not only did I sign up, I had to spend my time and money and actually beat somebody to have this honor here today. So if anybody wants to be upset at themselves, I can't even look at my wife and say anything, because I'm the one that absolutely did this. But this is definitely difficult and challenging, but I do understand a lot of both of these things, but I think that some of those items that I pointed out are definitely fair points, and I think that some of those things should absolutely be a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman,
Point of order, legal
sir.
point of order.
Yes, sir.
The statement, a no vote, does that trigger I don't know what you'd call it, where it can't come before us again for, a year or something?
No, it's a majority no vote ends this process as it currently stands.
Right, but then,
It would end, there would be no, it would reject the proposal of the Burton Foundation,
But then-
and we would have to start from scratch.
is it, but can they
Including-
bring that back right away?
No, we would have to start from scratch, including putting out another notice for sale, all of that.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Swanson.
Thank you, Mayor. I looked at a couple things that Alderman Caven brought up in a different perspective. The first was the process. I think, Alderman Caven, you mentioned that you can look on the Illinois website and see the project, and that may be so. I looked at it, though, that the process that we're looking at would be the stormwater and the traffic, and it's not going to get through that process if there are issues. So that's the piece that I thought was more important to be looking at. From the fiscally responsible position, a lot of the speakers pointed out that, yes, we're in a new economic time, and to me, it seems now is the best time to get that vacant property back on the tax rolls. Right now, it's generating zero for anyone, so we're at least going to be getting property tax in the future after it's built on. Number two, you mentioned the $700,000 or the $576,000. Are we losing $125,000 on the table? If we were to reject this deal now, we get zero. We get zero, and it will not be going on the tax rolls anytime soon. And if you look back in 2013, when times were a little better, we obtained zero options, zero offers. And you have the other consideration now that it has no street access. They went and created street access, which gives the property value. So from a fiscally responsible standpoint, I think our best option is to develop this property now and to sell the property. So for those reasons, I think it's an easy decision to make for me. Thank you.
Anyone remotely wish to comment? Alderman Burghardt?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. A little like Gabe, I got notes all over here, so bear with me. one, a lot of the speakers tonight kind of accused us of being disingenuous because we keep saying that we're voting on the property, whether to sell this property, the Burton Foundation, this proposal to sell this property for 80% of its assessed value. And they say, you know, the project's out there. Obviously, it was before the planning and zoning in March, and it's on the Illinois Department of Housing website. But this is what we do as a council. You know, we vote on what's in front of us. And maybe I would have been skeptical 6 years ago too, but now that I've served on the council, I trust that I'm voting on what's in front of me. And I trust my fellow aldermen to be doing the same. This is about the land sale to the Burton Foundation. If this property goes through all our channels, and if a development comes forward that's too tall, too bulky, too ugly, too doesn't deal with flood water, doesn't deal with parking, doesn't deal with sidewalks, I'll vote against it. I've done that before. I voted against something in Cow and voted for something in the city council a week later. I listen to people, I do my research, we all do that. And I honestly am kind of offended that people don't trust that we say we're doing what we're doing. We take this seriously. Every Monday night's a different makeup of us. I mean, we had an alderman resign tonight. We will be a different 10 when the next time, if this were to move forward. The next time we meet, it'll be probably 9 of us for a while. Some of us have to miss for illness or for being out of town. That kind of leads into the done deal. This is a done deal. Well, does anybody think we'd be up here at 10:50 at night? I mean, I didn't see my daughter all evening because we're doing this. If this was a done deal, would we still be talking about this? Anybody can, I'm sure Dean too, any of us remote, you can look behind me and I have stacks of notebooks, legal pads of the notes I've taken over my 5 years on the council, binders. If this was a done deal, I just, tell me how to vote, Stephanie, and I come in, we'll be done in 20 minutes. I mean, again, really offended by some people and I appreciate all the people who thanked us for our service. And I know the vast majority of people would not trade places with us and understand that this is a tough job. But for the people who are opposed to this and the people who are for it, whatever the votes tonight, this is not child's play. We know there are legal issues at stake. There's money at stake, and we take this seriously, all of us. So another thing on the timeline that got missed was in 2015, when I was really new to the council, one of the things we did was update the Homes for Changing Region plan to update what sites we saw as possibilities for the affordable housing redevelopment. I think it had been included in 2014, but things had changed already in a year. The Lewis Road project or property was on there, as well as my own backyard, like literally behind the alley, all along Richards, where I live. I did vote to designate that as opportunity sites for affordable housing. I know Alderman Maladra also had a similar situation where a couple blocks away was affordable housing site. So we do walk the walk here. And if anybody was paying attention, they'd see that I'm looking at them, about 35 sites in Geneva that are gold and were designated as opportunity sites. And like I said, one of them is basically my backyard. So let's see. Thanks for bearing with me here. Well, I'll get down to why I'm going to vote the way I'm going to vote. We often talk about things in the context of the Geneva brand, and it typically refers to our quaint downtown, our beautiful neighborhoods, and great schools. But I think it goes much deeper than that. A community is not just the historic buildings and tree-lined streets. It's the people who call Geneva home, the people who choose to raise their families here, to retire here, and for some families, to live here for generations. And I'd like to say some of the families that have lived here for generations, I heard from that they are very much in favor of this. They welcomed us. How many of us were born in Geneva? Not many of us. And yet we move here, we're welcomed, and we can open our arms, I think, for some more people. We must acknowledge that for those that aspire to live here, there are barriers to entry. Tonight's vote to begin the process provides an opportunity to chip away at one of the primary barriers. Ironically, by chipping away at the lack of affordable housing, we do not weaken our community. In fact, we will make it stronger. We actually reinforce the foundation of our community and confirm the notion that we all benefit from including individuals who might otherwise not be a part of our shared experience. That could be a first-year teacher, a custodian at your child's school, or the secretary at the front desk. I know during the pandemic, I felt like I opened my eyes to how many of my friends here in Geneva, we were pretty seamlessly able to work from home, a lot of us, do remote work, and it, works out. And suddenly I opened my eyes to all the people who keep Geneva running so that, my neighbor can get groceries delivered and stay safe and not have to go to the grocery store. The person who's stocking the shelves at Walgreens, the person who's the cashier at Meijer, and we run in there with our mask and our 6 foot. Those cashiers are, constantly seeing people disinfecting, and of course medical technicians at the hospitals. All those people make the kind of income that would qualify for affordable housing. This could be our opportunity tonight to collectively say, Geneva welcomes you, not just to dine at our restaurants or to shop in our stores or to serve us when we go into Walgreens or Meijer. I fear that if we do not take this small step tonight, we never will. The words have been written in our strategic plan, the guiding document for city government for years. We nod approvingly every time it is presented to the city council. Just a few months ago, we agreed to establish parameters for just this type of development without a whisper of dissent. Tonight, the rubber hits the road. Are those words of inclusion and opportunity just that, words, or will we have the conviction of our beliefs? Will we make Geneva stronger, not by building walls, but by building bridges? Thank you. I think I've explained my vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Ruby or Alderman McGowan, any comments or questions? Alderman McGowan.
Thank you, Mayor. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, okay, thanks. Thank you to everyone who came and spoke at the meeting tonight, either at the Public Works facility or in person at the City Council chambers. Thank you as well to the community at large for your involvement in this issue. We all have received many emails, obviously in favor or opposed. I, not gonna lie, I put it out there, I support affordable housing. And I'm in the 4th Ward. I double checked with Alderman Caven, but I only saw one opposition sign posted in my ward. And when I spoke to that homeowner, I was informed that they weren't even sure what the sign was all about. Someone had given it to them. And when I attempted to discuss a little bit, they didn't want to talk. So I respect that. But I've also received, among the emails we received, the emails that I received from 4th Ward residents were overwhelmingly in support of the sale of this land to the Burton Foundation. So those emails in support, in addition to me only seeing one sign in the entire 4th Ward, and the 4th Ward, as you all know, is one of the largest wards in the city, that tells me that the residents who at least voted me into office overwhelmingly support affordable housing, and they overwhelmingly support the sale of land to the Burton Foundation this evening. I want to second Alderman Swanson's point, excellent point, that we can't assume if we say no to this offer of the $576,000 that's on the table, that we're automatically gonna get a counter offer of $700,000 or whatever the appraised value is. We don't know that. The Burton Foundation has already made it clear that it's gonna be a challenge for them to come up with the $576,000. So please don't assume that if we say no to the offer tonight, that we're going to get a higher offer in the near future. The city of Geneva could use that money. We can do a lot of good things with $576,000, plus the ongoing annual property tax revenue that the sale of this land would generate. Pardon me for one moment. The idea has been proposed by residents and some on the city council this evening that, what is the harm if we just delay? Why can't we just give this more time? Well, we've all been sitting on this topic for several months. I feel that the residents have been made well aware of what's been going on, as evidenced by the amount of emails that we've received from across the city and even outside of the city of Geneva. So the harm in delaying this is that the goal for some people is to delay this indefinitely and never have any affordable housing built at this location. Oh, this isn't the right location. There's got to be a better location. Well, that's going to be the same argument we're going to hear over and over. So if you find this difficult, if you find it difficult to make a decision, and you're worried about what people are going to think about you, you're worried about losing friends, I'm sorry to be so blunt, but you shouldn't be on this council in the first place. Make the right decision. Stand for your values, stand for what you believe in. Please don't get mired down by these technicalities. There's going to be so much time to go through many more steps of approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission, et cetera, et cetera. So, I'm repeating what others have stated, but we're just approving the sale of the land. Obviously, my hope is that, yes, affordable housing can be built at this location. And I hope that the stormwater engineers can come up with a feasible solution for whatever water is there. I hope that all of those other questions and issues can be positively addressed. But let's please move Geneva in a positive direction and not be stuck where we are now with inadequate affordable housing for those who need it. And especially because of COVID-19, this pandemic has increased the need for affordable housing in our community and everywhere in the world. So why not take a positive step tonight to help address that in some small way? It would mean a lot to many people, and especially to me. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else remotely? Questions or comments? Alderman Ruby?
Thank you. Just a quick comment. There's not much more to say here, but I do fully support this project and am grateful for everyone in the community who has voiced their support as well. I think it was very meaningful and very well timed, and I really appreciate it. And I say, let's vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Caven?
Thank you. I definitely respect everybody's thoughts and comments, and I'm partially being facetious when I say I'm worried about losing friends or different colleagues. However, the one comment that I would make is the people who are supposed to be on a city council in this type of government are supposed to be people who are open and willing to listen to their constituents. And if there is somebody who wants to run their own campaign, then they should probably run for the U.S. representatives or something like that. This is supposed to be people who are willing to take into consideration other people's input. So I would definitely argue that point. And whether or not we necessarily agree or not, this has certainly been contentious, especially for people who live in that area. And I'm not saying that there was any malfeasance, any whatever, but to not at least acknowledge the fact that there is at least a perceived lack of transparency or communication. That doesn't make that true, and that doesn't mean that there aren't multiple people that are potentially responsible or accountable, myself included. But to not acknowledge what some of those residents think, I think is a little bit foolish as well. And I have not indicated that I'm not willing to support this. I just think that these are additional things that need to be talked about, so I wanted to share my additional 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alderman Marks.
The only final comment I had is, I guess, it was always my belief, because that property was landlocked, that, and the talk was probably, I guess I assumed, and maybe incorrectly, was that there was always going to be discussion with the homeowners association of the townhomes, which would lead into a discussion of the rest of the citizens over there. And for a multitude of reasons, that didn't happen. I think a lot of the people, especially in the townhomes, thinking they always had some type of control there, feel that they don't have that discussion. And I think that's what's caused some of this wanting more of a discussion. And I really understand their viewpoint for that. Because again, I thought the same thing, that there was going to be a discussion with those residents because of that landlocked possibility, the reality of that landlocked possibility. And without that not happening, I really can't vote for this, because I think that's what everybody believed over there. And that's my opinion. Thank you.
Anyone else on the dais for a second time, if you so choose?
Yeah.
Alderman Kilburg?
Yes, I guess we're certainly passionate about affordable housing, and I think that we should be. But I think if you look at the studies, I think what this area also drastically needs is affordable assisted living. And I think that senior housing is just as much of a priority. I know several widows and widowers in Geneva that are living in properties that are in need of repair. They're retired. The value of their property depreciates because they don't have the money to invest in it. And those people are just hanging on. And those are people that have paid taxes, many of them in Geneva, for decades. And what are we doing for them? And not all of them, or very few of them, can afford to retire to Greenfields or Homestead. And what those costs are, they're expensive. And I'm just saying, I hope that we have as much compassion for our own elderly and those that need assisted living to stay in our community, and then we try to reach out and find ways to serve their needs. And the reality is that in the months ahead, I anticipate that we're going to have to make some difficult decisions. And it's going to take, the revenues are going to be a shortfall. And we have expenses. If you look on State Street and the sewer repair on State Street, that wasn't anticipated, I don't believe. And that's going to be a costly project. On Friday, I met with several residents, the mayor and I, and some of the city staff. And we have sewer issues in Geneva that have lingered on for years and years, where people have raw sewage in their basements. And we're going to hear from some of those residents probably later this month. And they're looking for solutions. And, one of the things that we have a responsibility to this community for as well is providing those basic services. So where you're not tearing out your basement 3 or 4 times over the course of a decade with raw sewage and then looking for help. And the help that we're offering is a Band-Aid, not a long-term solution. And there was anger and those people were frustrated. And I think it tied into a lot of the things that I talked about a little bit earlier as it relates to a number of things coming together and creating a perfect storm in our nation and our community. And there are going to be difficult days ahead. And I hope that we have the responsible ear for those people and their concerns as we've had this evening as it relates to the issues surrounding affordable housing. I'm not trying to short sell affordable housing and its importance. It certainly is important. I live in one of the more diverse areas in Geneva. We have a great community over here. We have diversity, and we're a cohesive group. We get along, and we've got a great elementary school. We offer bilingual over here at Harrison Elementary School. I've spent time at Harrison Elementary School working with people that are new to our community, and they're welcomed here. And our parents over here reach out and bring those people and help assimilate them into our community. So let's don't sell ourselves short. And let's also put some emphasis on finding ways that we can bring affordable housing in smaller units throughout the community. I've got a property across that I've looked at for the last 30 years that would be an excellent site for affordable or senior housing. It was on the market for $177,000 2 years ago, but our city staff failed to see the opportunity there. We've approved it. We could have 4 units there. And I'm just saying, let's find ways to bring and welcome new families to Geneva and integrate them into our community in smaller units. I have concerns about larger units like the one proposed this evening, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think that as far as bringing people on board and neighbors reaching out and welcoming them, I think it's going to be a lot easier to get accomplished in smaller units rather than larger units. That's all I have.
Thank you. Tracy? Yes.
I'd just like to kind of drive home 2 points that I've said in the past here and at the last meeting. But Alderman Marks, I did talk with the Homeowners Association. I did meet with the president, and I did meet in the room with a board member and also another board member on a video conference at that same meeting. I don't have all those homeowners associations email. I didn't drill down that conversation that I had with the 2 board members and the president. I would assume, just like me, I'm on the board of I communicate everything to the board. So that conversation seems to have broken down at the homeowners association. Yeah, and yes, and as far as, yeah, and I did several times. As far as doing 4 units at a time, you can't, it doesn't work financially, because 4 units or 150 units, the cost is the same. The cost is the same for all the professionals we have to hire, civil engineers, architects, landscape architects, everybody involved. It's the same amount of money to build a development for 150 units or the 4 units. So no one will do a 4 unit. It doesn't work financially.
My mother lived in an assisted living in Iowa, and there's units scattered all across the state. I don't necessarily buy that.
I don't know how it was financed.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else from the dais or remotely? Alderman Clemens?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Boy, a lot to take in. I envy Alderman Bruno, who said this is not difficult. I would have agreed with that before. It seemed like the world ended a few months ago. I appreciate this being prepared. This has been very helpful to have in front of us. Seeing this timeline outlined, I think a lot of us, I know I had a lot of questions about the timeline of this stuff and when we knew what when. There's been so much, it's hard to keep it all straight. But I think it's important to point out that everybody sitting up here, everybody, regardless of how they vote, has the best of intentions. There's no question about that. And I also want to make the statement that I heard somebody say that this people in Sterling Manor are probably wonderful people. I just want to say that the people in Sterling Manor are wonderful people. This has been a brutal thing. It is extremely unfortunate that there were people that were concerned about not feeling safe speaking on this, and either advocating for it or opposed to it. And I think that gets to the root of just the problem we're facing in our culture right now. The social media, the relentless attacks, the conspiracies, it's dangerous, and it's preventing us from having the full kind of dialogue that we need to have. I don't care which side you were on in terms of this, you needed to be here to speak. You should have felt comfortable being here to speak. So I hope as things go forward, those of you who didn't come or felt scared to stay your peace on either side, I hope you don't feel that way moving forward, and I hope that we can convey that to people. And I agree that we need to acknowledge the concerns of the people in that neighborhood. I agreed with Alderman Marks's point of the circumstances surrounding this land. Some of us thought there was going to be more engagement. That's not how that played out, so be it. But engagement is important, and I hope if this does continue on, if this is the beginning of a process, that people are able to feel heard, and that their input is seriously taken into consideration. Alderman Caven, you had brought up the question about the item map. I was going to ask that, but you did it, so thank you. But I hope that people feel heard, and I also, this was an easy one for me many months ago, and then when this COVID thing blew up, it created this murky, hazy sense that there was all this going on, and the perceptions that people were getting, and then, the fact that it came up that we were going to be meeting in May to discuss this, after the kind of the peak of the lockdown got in. And I thank the city and the mayor for listening to those concerns. We got an additional 2.5 months of this being out on the table. But that was going to be a showstopper, and I appreciate the fact that the time was given. So with Bob's economics, I can't ignore the fact that all of us agreed to donate this land, all of us, myself included, at zero, and now we have almost $600,000 possibly on the table. So the argument of the economics for the city, it's hard to argue that money wouldn't be helpful. It's just, I just really want to make sure, and I hope everybody's voice is truly heard moving forward. I know I'm rambling, I apologize. And I came into this tonight, again, starting very strongly in favor of this before everything blew up. And the whipsawing that we went through nobody's fault other than the realities of how this has played out, causing a great deal of stress and causing a lot of confusion for a lot of people. And that tilted me very hard against this. And I came into this meeting tonight and I signaled that I came into this meeting tonight undecided, because at the end of the day, what matters is the debate that we have, the discussions that we have, listening to people and listening to my colleagues to help me get clarity on all of the things I have been trying to process for the last few months. And it's been anguishing. Listening to all of you tonight has been helpful in getting clarity. So I think I'm prepared to vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Maladra, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right.
So a couple of things regarding something Mike just said. I think we need to be really careful about how we phrase things. We have at no time agreed to donate the property. Just, that's it, that's a decision, we're going to donate the property. We agreed to discuss the possibility of donation with the developer, and in fact, that agreement, whether it's a donation or a sale, is predicated on them presenting us a project that meets all of Geneva's very high standards. I think that when phrases like, well, they agreed to donate, get out in a public that interprets it a certain way, it seems as if we got in a back room and made a decision, and we need to dispel that appearance. Dispelling appearances is an important thing moving forward, regardless of what the vote is tonight. Rich, you're going to take a position based on what you believe is the fact that the homeowners association wasn't communicated with. Whatever happened in the past is over and done and not within our control, but whatever happens going forward is totally within our control, and it's up to us to make sure that we communicate with people, dispel the rumors that are out there, present them with the facts as we know them, and do that through whatever means the coronavirus crisis allows us. We can no longer hide behind COVID as a reason that somebody doesn't know anything or wasn't told anything. And then my last thing, to Alderman Kilbert's point, I do worry about large-scale developments. I have problems with that. But we're talking about 45 townhomes, and I'm curious, how many townhomes are there in Sterling Manor? 100.
100.
Yeah, okay, so a lot more than 45. So in terms of scale, the question to me is not how it fits within that general area, but to many of the points that we heard tonight, how it fits on that specific site. And that's what the Plan Commission will hammer out, as well as the council after that. Okay, so you guys weren't listening, so I'm done. It was really eloquent, though.
We'll play back the tape. Alderman Clements.
Hey, Craig, thank you for correcting my language there. I was citing the February 24th, 2020 unanimous consent by the council to allow this discussion with the developer to continue for full land donation and partial waiver of other fees is what I was referring to. So thank you for the clarification.
Anyone else remotely or from the dais? Otherwise, I will assume that we are prepared to vote. Madam Recording Secretary, please take the vote. Again, ladies and gentlemen, 8 affirmative votes of the corporate authority are required to advance this. Anything less, this matter, for lack of a better word, expires.
Bruno?
Aye.
Burkhart?
Burkhart, aye.
Clements?
Aye.
Ruby?
Ruby, aye.
Kaven?
Aye.
Hilberg?
Aye.
Maladra?
Aye.
Marks?
No.
McGowan?
McGowan, aye.
Swanson?
Aye.
And mayor votes?
Aye.
That's 10-1.
The motion, ladies and gentlemen, passes with 10 affirmative votes and 1 nay vote. Any additional new business, last-minute commentary prior to asking for a motion to adjourn? Alderman Burkhart?
I'm not going to be eloquent, and I'm probably going to cry, but I want to thank Alderman Clements for his service. You've been such an addition to the council. You take everything to heart and so seriously, which is why you're leaving us, I think. But man, I always listen to you, even if we disagree. I always love hearing what you have to say and how you came upon it. I don't know that anybody does the kind of research that you do, Mike. So I might have to hire you as my assistant or something. But, you know, I know this has been a tough decision for you, but I know that you contribute to our community in so many ways, and you're just going to have more energy to share your talents in different venues. So, again, we're going to miss you, but thank you so much for your service and for your friendship.
Thank you, Alderman Burkhardt. Appreciate it.
Mayor,
Alderman Kilburg, yes.
I just have to echo what Tara said. I think I had the opportunity over the last week or so to visit a few times with Mike, and I could sense that he was beaten down. And it's unfortunate that these types of developments, these difficult decisions that communities have to reach, take good people out of the public affairs element of our community. And I'm sure that we're going to see Mike somewhere, someplace, serving the community in some other capacity at some point in time. But I wish him well. I want to thank him for his service. He's a good man and made a real contribution to the city's efforts over the last few years. So thank you, Mike.
Thank you very much, Dean. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
You know all these statements came from the internet. So, Alderman Marks?
You know, Mike, since the first time I met you, and I think you remember that, we went out for coffee when we started to run against each other, and I always found you as insightful and very honest with what you say. And I know this, that, you know, over the last few months you've had some very hard decisions to make, and I give you credit for going through it. And I kind of wish you didn't resign, but I understand that family comes first. But I will miss those conversations that we always have, and the insight that you give me at times in regards to some of the items that I miss, some of the details sometimes. So thank you a lot, Mike.
Thank you, Rich. And I have to tell you, yeah, we were opponents, and it's been a pleasure working with you. You were accepting of me immediately when I got on this council. You have taught me what you know. You have always been grounding to me when I talk to you. And I have always appreciated your viewpoint, and it's been a real pleasure working with you. And I think the second word should know that having you is you're a real asset for them. And whoever fills this seat will be lucky to work with you. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if there's, oh, forgive me. Who am I looking at? Bruno. Oh, Alderman Bruno, forgive me, I'm sorry.
It's all been said better than me, but greatly enjoyed working alongside you. When you came on board, I was really excited. You are whip smart, and I know you will be contributing to the community. And look forward to seeing you around.
Thank you very much. It's been fun.
You said that without the microphone on. What a nice job.
Good thing there's a mask on.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Yeah. Congratulations. And I know the decision was difficult, Mike, so, but it's a good decision, so I'm proud of you.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you for so many opportunities. I have definitely learned a lot from the experience and from you. So I will always appreciate it, and I hope we are going to stay in touch very regularly after this. So.
Well, don't threaten me, but thank you. And your son Mikey just texted saying, "Where the heck are you?" So, a motion to adjourn, ladies and gentlemen, would be in order. Motion by Alderman Marks, all in favor, except we have to do a roll call, so please take a roll call, because we have folks remotely.
Bruno?
Aye.
Burkhart?
Burkhart, aye.
Clements?
Aye.
Ruby?
Ruby, aye.
Caven?
Aye.
Hilberg?
Kilburg, aye.
Maladra?
Aye.
Marks?
Aye.
McGowan?
We lost her. She's frozen.
Thumbs up? And Swanson?
Aye.
Frozen. We're adjourned, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. The cameras are off and the microphones are off.